Brr. Ba-ba-bow, ba-da-dow. Man, do I even want to know what the hell's happening in region?
Oh Jesus, I wasn't paying attention. I was setting a movie to watch.
Yeah, I just came back and it's just walls of blue text and fighting. I'm just gonna ignore that. I'm just here to scrap.
Praise be to Scrapper, for he shall inherit the components.
Now, only losers need components. Components don't win the war.
I just want a prosciutto, but I don't think we're gonna get that this war.
Wait, which one?
The prosciutto. The AT armored car.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, now that we have the AT rifle, we can just slap that on half tracks.
Yeah. Oh, I gotta take this load back.
Ah, shit. Nope. Dude was banned. Well, no idea what happened there, but Mag got banned. It's a gas. I'm honestly surprised this field wasn't stripped in the time I was gone. Ooh, of course. I got a little boost of speed there. I went for a boosty boost. Okay, good. All my audio and shit's working. Just checking on that. Hopefully everything goes well tonight. Everything's nice and quiet. Mainly just grinding for tech. Hopefully everyone in chat is doing well. Once we hit about the 20-minute mark, that's when we'll set up the first Stream Raiders. That gives people time to, you know, filter in and such. Let's see, how much more of this field do we got? Okay, so we're about halfway. Praise be the tech gods. Yeah, tech rates were fucked, but the other field I was at, god, it dropped so much. I personally had up to 70 by the time we stripped the field. I saw crates filled with 30 and 20. People were getting drops everywhere. That field alone produced almost 300 aluminum. It was great. Because I know the tech runner, when he left from everything he collected from us, he left with almost 300 aluminum and shipped that off. Let's see, Gaz's truck should almost be full. It looks like it is. I guess it just needs a little bit more.
Yeah, it's full, it's full.
Yep. Nope, it's completely full. He was gonna stay and continue the salvage operations. That's almost full. Generally, this is just what we're gonna do for a bit. I should take some of my stuff back to the field, or back to the refinery. I'll help empty this field out first. Faster we scrap it, faster it respawns. That means more tech in total. Okay, that crate is full. Oh. What? I think he has the wrong kind of crate there. Sin, is that full of supplies, or?
Yep.
For the encampment?
I'm sorry, what's your question? I'm not a native English speaker, so sometimes it's difficult for me to understand.
No, it's okay. But, what all's in the crate?
The crate is empty. I'm just going to scrap a little bit.
You can't put scrap in those crates, only these types. No, it's okay.
Yeah, I'm going to scrap for you, and then I will bring my container back. Thank you for information.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, I kind of figured that was the dealio. It's kind of weird because I have to be like, alright, well, there's probably a lot of warrant officers that maybe don't know everything. But the best way is just always check, you know, never accuse people like, oh, fucking, you don't know what you're doing, because, you know, he may have had supplies for the encampment. If he could have made the encampment, brought supplies for it, I wouldn't have known. Speaking of which, last time I checked, I don't think this encampment has any G-subs in it. Does it? No, okay, yeah, it's got nothing. So it could actually do with a bit of supplies. Just some G-subs, a few crates of wrenches. We don't have sledges yet, so nothing in there we can really put. Maybe some guns, just in case, but I doubt there'd be partisans back here. If there is, there'd be quick QRF. So. Not too worried. I might go dump off my salvage. I should have a bit in my personal queue by now. I can make a couple crates of G-subs if the factory isn't full. I think just 4 crates of G-subs should supply this encampment for a couple days. Depending on the rate on it, I don't think it's too high to begin with. Oh no, Sargeos killed Wolverine's weapon. No, I wonder what happened there. Because I was chilling with both of them and they both seemed good. Whoopsie doopsie. I wonder how the ISG half track is gonna be.
Container's full.
Nice. Man thinks that's a mine when it's not. Actually, the most I can do is pack it up. Nope, he's going for a joyride. There we go. Well, he took that road out of town, or back to town rather. Now it's just me, all quiet on the scrap field for now. I don't think I have any room left in my truck. Actually, it looks like I may have a bit of room left. Maybe just a couple slots, but I might have some room. No, okay, she is just full. Shame. Well, I can shove it in the encampment then. Unless there's another... No, no other crate. Nope. He did the same thing. Yeah, getting some just G-subs. Oh, even some shirts here. Just in case anything happens would be good. Yeah, we'll just chill doing this for a bit. He's coming back with another crate. He can just drop and go. I wonder how the new armored car is gonna be. They added a new one for Colonials, which has RPGs. I hope it's gonna be good. It looks at least fun to play with, I think. And that's the most important part, is if it's fun to vote with. Yeah, just shy. Alright, he's heading off and the crate's already half filled. So as long as we keep this in the plus positive, we should be good. Don't know what the hell he was saying there. This game may have just lagged out though. I know I was having stuttering and skipping issues earlier. It'll probably still happen. Servers aren't having a good time. Armored car RPG truck. Oh yeah, I put in his truck this time. Yeah, I'll fill gas up first and then he'll help fill up the container. Man, can you imagine showing up to a field going AFK for like 5 minutes and coming back to your truck filled? Man immediately gets tech drop as well. Alright, let's see. Okay, 61 left. What the fuck? Oh no, okay, that's a different guy. I thought that was my flatbed man. I was gonna say, why did he show up in the R1? Unless something happened. We just keep on hammering away. Man, I've gotten barely any tech drops. They must all be hiding that, or they all got at the start when I was AFK. Or it's just everyone else is getting the drops and not me. Doop doopity doop 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 doopity doop. Oh, he already filled up his truck? Oh wow. Oh, hallowed. I think I hit my... Oh no, I didn't hit my limit with him. No, I thought I did. He was one of the people scrapping with me. Alright, there we go. We can go back to filling up the crate and Oh god, we still have 52. I thought we were lower than that. I thought we were around 30 or 20. Oh, finally, some aluminum. Alright, we're at the 23-minute mark, so let's swap on over to Stream Raiders and start getting that going. Alright, so we have to finish up this map, hopefully quickly. Not going the greatest, but that happens, you know? Things happen. Let's see. Place 5 Balloon Busters, get unit level 10, Musketeers. Yeah, we can do that. Place 2 Tanks. Alright, let's see. Let's go for the gold, why not? And let's take a look-see at what we got here. Alright, we got a Beast Warden. I remember them being real tough to deal with. Damn Wardens. What was it that was best against him? The Berserker. What about... Nah, Musketeer's not good. Warrior would be decent, Berserker would be decent. I mean, I could just straight up pull a meme. And would he get affected by... I don't think so. I'm trying to remember my spells, if he would get affected or not. Killing Field, does this affect? And bust the damage, melee units, so it wouldn't work for him. I was gonna say, if I could buff him with more damage and just explode immediately, because how much does he do? 230. Yeah, okay, it's gonna insta-kill him. So whoever wants to head in here and just plop down some rogues, you can yoink everything real quick. But with that being said, get in there, place down your units, and let's move back over to Foxhole. So we'll have that going slowly over time. Oh, more tech. Oh, look at that, just pile of field right there. That's the good stuff right there. I always love how most of the people doing scrap is all high ranks. It's just we know what's gotta be done half the time. You do Logi, you deliver to a front, it's all privates, corporals, sergeants. You get to a backline Logi hub, it's all warrant officers and aboves half the time. Yoink. Hey, units getting placed down. Was that an epic? I didn't quite see. May as get in there, throw some heroes down on the field. Remember, throw some rogues down for free treasure, basically. Boop. Boop. Nope. Tammy. Oh, fuck. I didn't realize it was packaged. No. I always hate when that happens. I wish you could interrupt that shit. Wow, lots of aluminum, nice. Hopefully it all gets to the tech masters. Oh, Gaz is now a pirate ninja. Are they just going through and just recruiting everyone that doesn't have a regiment? Goddamn. That's one thing that I don't like doing. I need to get more people in the regiment, but at the same time, I don't like just going around being like, hey, you want to join a regiment? I don't know. But that has caused issues where now we are teeny tiny. So I don't know if Brick is online. He talked once. I saw him a few hours ago. I've not seen him talk or do anything for a while. Alright, field should almost be stripped now. Alright, we're almost done here. Oh, God damn it. Wow. Yes, hero placement's always good. Alright, this crate's full. Alright, this crate's full. Oh, I froze there for a moment. Dude. Nope, they're a little bit late to the party, and on they go. And then on to the next one. Someone will come get this. I'll come get it when I drop off some G-subs. Or should I just go straight B-subs? B-subs may be better, honestly. Let's see, how much do I have in personal? Guys, there's some in the encampment if you want to grab it. Not too much, though. God, I got really turned around for where my road is. Anyway, I'll have to swap to a normal R1. Cook up some G-subs. Or B-subs. I might just go straight B-subs. It's gonna consume less of them anyway. It just means there won't be any AI active, but I don't know if that's really that big of a deal. When there is no AI present here anyway. Mostly we just want to stop it from decaying. So yeah, I'll get some crates of B-subs instead. I think just 2 crates of B-subs should be good. What is it? Is it 75 per crate now? Or is it still straight 100? I think it's 75. Also, I'm sad I haven't seen that much wreckage, other than the first day when I saw a wreckage and got some free R mats to make a flatbed with. I have not seen any extra wreckage. People just be jumping on that shit as soon as it spawns. Nope. I also hate the second you touch the ground, you just come to a dead stop. Okay, yeah, I have a decent amount. Alright, let's submit this for a tech runner to pick up. Do a bit of that, dump the rest into public. Alright, let me park this somewhere over here for now. Alright, I just got to pull out normal R1. Nope, Komoda's using it for a minute. Okay, I think he's good. And then we can just leave it parked here for someone else to come grab after. Alright, that's enough fuel. Ay, Ninja really taking over. Oh, fuck. Okay, let's do this. Simply because I don't want to consume all of them. So I'll put some in the stockpile. And then I should only need 2 crates, 3 crates if anything, to make my stuffs. Fuck, there might even just be some in here. Oh, yeah, like that. Alright, so I'll make 2 crates to replace what I take then. Let us submit everything but 2. What? What do you mean these items aren't reservable? I pulled them from my... What? Can you no longer reserve B mats? Is that something new? What the fuck? Alright, well. I guess I'll just make them. Uh-oh, what's Mr. Hand doing? Alright, let's see. Good, nothing's being made. I can put 2 in public. Other than that... God, I'm just gonna dump the rest back into the refinery. Other people can use it where... he's putting up a recruitment sign. Alright. There we go. Now it's up to 500 at least. How heavy are the crates? Can I just have them in my inventory? Okay, that's gonna take 11 minutes. We'll go scrap then. Hopefully my truck's still there and someone didn't throw it away. Okay, it's still here. How it's doing on fuel. Let's top it up. Lock it up. Now then, next field again. That respawned. I don't like that one up north since I got jumped by partisans. Oh, he's gonna come here for the fuel. Yeah. Now we get to zoom in the Atlas. I love how fast this thing gets. It really gets zoomy. Especially on the highways. Ooh. But he's moving over for me. How kind of him. Too bad I slightly hit the ground. Yeah, fucking gate. Let's see. This is my way in. Ooh, we got iron this time. Well, I was hoping I could fit through there, but apparently not. Alright, there we go. So let's see, that's gonna be 11 minutes, give or take. So once my Stream Raiders is done, or at least this round of Stream Raiders, that's when The beast up should be done. And then we can go pick those up, drop those off at the encampment. By the time that happens, hopefully it respawns. That field at least. We're getting good amounts of iron. Ay, ay, ay. Down, 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 down. Full already. Let's see, did we just unlock? I think the only uniform we have unlocked is the medic uniform. Hopefully everyone's having a good evening. Oh, more units are being placed down on the field. Very good. I'm probably gonna look and we're gonna have an army of 30,000 to deal with like 2 people. Because there was the Beastkind Warden. And I think there's the unit next to him, and I think there's 2 in the top left or 1 in the top left, I'm not sure. Okay, all of it's starting to respawn in this pile, so now I just get to stand here and hold left click for a bit. Listen to the gospel of the hammers. Everyone loves the hammers. Hey, never place in the epic archer. Nice. He shall annihilate. And hopefully get the gold. I'm gonna look and there's just gonna be 30 rogues on the field. Everyone's just gonna try and get the gold. How have I not filled up yet? Okay. I was gonna say, God, it feels like I fill up way quicker in the smaller ones. Well, I assume that's because I'm breaking more in total. Here they kind of get stuck on each other. So I don't actually fully deplete one node. So many crates. All the crates. Only 4 irons so far. I was kind of hoping for a bit more. It seems like that one crazy alum drop we got is about the best we're gonna get. There, the game just doesn't like me, and everyone else is gonna get tech except me. I get no tech drops, I only get this group. This group. What's this? Yeah, sure. Okay, wait. No, that's going into public, not reserve. I don't know why I wasn't able to. Oh, the only thing I can think of is I took some scrap that was submitted into the refinery and then used that to refine into my personal cube B mats. But that shouldn't count, should it? Because if that's the case, that just taints any B-mats you could ever have in there. I don't know. Alright, crate filled. Don't know whose that is, but we'll crate it up. Let's see, the battle should be ready any moment now. Let's see, that might be the last placement before the battle starts. Let's see, what's the timer on that say? Okay, we got 5 minutes left. So everyone can maybe squeeze in one last hero placement on the board. I wonder how the comp, or not the comp mines, the salvage mines are doing. Oh, lovely. They're all bone dry. I guess people aren't really using them. Alright, I'll have to take care of that then. No, I don't remember any tankers parked. Shit, did I see any tankers in the storage depot? I don't think so. No, actually, I can check. Hold on. Tankers. None. No. Damn it. Because what I'd just do is fill up a tanker, bring it there, take the other one, and bring it back. That's assuming they're even out. It could just be no one's going to them. Which, if that's the case, I might hop around between them. Are you kidding me? Even the comp mine. Oh god, I hope it's not partisans that stole every tanker. We had reports of that earlier. Okay. The battle's starting in 2 minutes and 56 seconds. I gotta go find out what's happening at these fields. If all the tankers are gone and it's partisans, that's really worrying that no one has noticed. Let's see, can I wedge myself through that gate? Did they change that? Nope. Not unless I'm coming straight on, which I am not gonna bother. Alright, let's head back to town first. We'll drop off what I have in case there is any partisans over there. Maybe I should bring an R1 with fuel. Just to get the mine going while I grab a tanker. That might be best. Yeah, everyone's using this mine because it's literally right next to the refinery. Personal queue. Set it all to be in there. There. Alright, now let's dump this off, grab an R1, grab a few cans of diesel, and go check out the mines. Okay. Oh, look at that. Someone AFK'd right next to it. Shit, okay, that's theirs. Obviously they were using it. What's this guy doing? Well, he's a captain, so obviously he's doing something. He knows what he's doing. That's spear tip. I just want normal R1. Please don't put that on the pad. I'm pulling something from the pad. 1 second.
Yeah, no, don't worry.
Alright, there we go. Alright, and the battle's ready, so let me fuel this up and go shove ourselves in the corner real quick. Alright, let's swap on over to Stream Raiders. Alright. Wow, this is quite the collection. Oh, we even got fucking Baby Yoda in there. Alright, let's see how well we can do this. Well, I mean, they're gonna be dead instantly. Are you ready for this? A giant explosion. And there we go. Yep. Wow, the rogues with the speed boost. Holy shit. Nice, good job everyone. Ooh, I even got a monk scroll. Nice. And even some rewards. Alright, we only got a few more battles until the end of this, and then we're done this campaign, and we can move on to the Christmas one. Actually, it looks like we're getting... Why are these ones gift wrapped? I'm not sure. But anyway. We'll get in here and we'll start the next battle. Let's see what we're looking at. Okay, quite a few. We got some wardens here. They're tough guys. So we got 4 wardens in total. Everything else is kind of meh. So we'll slap down our berserker here. This will boost any melee around it, and he should be able to deal with the wardens decently well. Just like in game. Alright, and let's swap back over to the game. Alright. Oh, nice. I'm just gonna take all this with me. Ooh, and Faber is placing an epic musketeer on the field. Very nice. That's gonna help us annihilate them. Annihilation Nation. God, that's a callback to Ratchet and Clank. You know, I never played the new one that came out, mainly because I don't play console anymore. I miss Ratchet and Clank. I should see if there's any way to get it on PC, at least the OG games. There's probably some way to emulate it, hopefully. I forgot my B-subs. That's fine, I'll head back. Hopefully there's some wreckage I could find on the ground, that would be nice. Ah, shit, do we have binos unlocked? If we do, if I had a single bino, I could stop occasionally and check. Because usually wreckage will hang just off the road or slightly in the field. And they changed wreckage, so now it's amazing. Before you would take it to the refinery, you would sort through it, and it would become either components or scrap. You get, if you're lucky, maybe 1 or 2 R mats from a single wreckage if it decided to give you it. But then they changed it, and now it gives you flat B mats and R mats. The first wreckage I pulled gave me 12 R mats. That's insane, considering the ratio is 20 components to 1 R mat. Okay, so someone just came and filled this. How's the truck? Okay, truck's good. So yeah, someone must have just came and filled this. How's the other one doing though? The scrap. No, see, it's dry and it doesn't have a fuel truck. So I'm gonna have to go get a fuel truck. Lovely dovely. Wow, and it really drinks fuel way faster. Holy shit. Maybe I'd be better off just dropping off this fuel in the base behind me. Well, at least if I do this, it'll be a bit easier. I need to burn some B-mats as well, unless that base has some B-mats, just for the truck. I don't know if I'd ever eventually hit full with this, just because of how fast it guzzles. Well, at least I'm over 500 now. But yeah, I'll dump the rest in the base just in case anything happens. So I need a fuel truck, a full fuel truck. I need to bring that down here. Okay, so it's doing 2 scrap per liter. It's 10 BMATs for... Okay, hold on. Oh shit, I didn't realize Tarnia plays an Epic Centurion. Nice, thank you. Okay, let me think. Alright. No, why am I even factoring BMATs? No, it's 10 scrap to 1 diesel. So it's making... There's 100 liters in it. It's making 2... Okay, so now it's a net positive still. Not the greatest net positive, but it's a net positive. Let's start moving them towards Small Gary. And we'll yoink the comps at least. Fuck. Brig, you scared me. You have been quiet for so long, you just scared the shit out of me. I thought some motherfucker just crept up to me and was like gonna be pissed off I was touching the comp line or something, goddamn. Anyway, what's up? Alright, I guess he's just dead now. Alright, how many armats?
Lord.
Yeah, what's up?
Yeah, sorry for not responding. I was traveling. Forgot to tell you.
Bruh.
Did I scare you?
Yeah, you did. I was in the middle of doing a comp mine. You've been quiet for so long. I was taking some comps from a mine. There's a base right next to it, and then suddenly I hear psst. I thought some dude was about to yell at me for touching comps. I was gonna be like, what the fuck?
Oh man, if I knew, I would have said like, hey, stop touching the comp field, you motherfucker, or something like that. A comp field?
A comp mine, rather.
Oh, okay, comp mine. It's like, wait, hammers? When?
No, I tied together 6 hammers to make a single sledgehammer.
Hmm. We're not even researching the sledgehammer tier yet, right?
I think that's next tier.
Yeah.
Well, shit. No public BMATs whatsoever. Fuck.
Yeah, I've been supplying City Falls for like quite a while now.
Nice. I've just been scrapping, getting lots of tech and such.
Mm-hmm. Like the rate we're advancing in like City Falls, we're probably gonna cut off Subbrook and just toy for them.
I love how whenever something gets encircled, everyone just calls it a hoi 4 moment now. Alright, how many BMATs is it? I don't know. Oh hey, so this is where the public parking
Oh
is.
man, I can't wait for trains. Imagine like having tried to get like a heavy armored train with supplies through like a enemy line into what is in this circled area.
Well, hopefully it's not as fucked up as it is in Hoi.
I didn't check out how it is.
It takes
Yeah.
longer to build a train station than it does a fucking nuclear reactor.
Huh. Wow, really?
Yeah, nuclear reactor is like 22,000 like construction points, and a train depot is 24,000, I think.
Huh. I know there's a decision that makes it ultra fast, but it's like one time use only.
Yeah, it speeds it up by 300%, but it's a one-time use, and it only lasts for a year, or until you've built 3 improvements.
So basically, you can only build 3 train stations before that shit goes to waste.
Pretty much, yeah.
Okay, that's retarded.
But I think it also includes train tracks in that, so if you have any train tracks, if you build 3, it counts that as well, and it just perma-deletes the decision.
That's so dumb. It should be like a.
It should not take like 2 years to build a fucking train station. I haven't
I'll
played
have to
too
go
much of it
soon.
solo though.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna have to go soon, by the way.
That's all good, break. No, hey, there's still the scrap in here. Lovely. Well, my trip was not pointless, at least. And there's some in there I can yoink as well on my way out. I know. It looks like there's some there, but I guess that's just the sticks and twigs. How's everyone in? Was that wreckage? No, that was a rock. How's everyone doing in chat? Hopefully it's a nice night. Oh wow, it's almost 3 in the morning. Heroes being placed on the field. Always good to hear. Alright, let's head back. I should have enough BMATs to make a fuel tanker. We can bring that over there. There should be enough fuel in my private mixed with public to pull shit fairly quickly. Okay, let's get a bit more. Yeah, let's get some more fuel going for that. Let's pull those BMATs for now. That's enough for what I need. You know what? There's also probably some BMATs already in the garage. Because that's where I'm gonna be. Shit, is that an extra fuel truck? I'm unsure if that's an extra fuel truck or not, so I'm not gonna touch it. I'd rather not, you know. I do want to see what these items on the ground over here are, though. No, some diesel. Don't mind if I do. Okay, yeah, that's what I figured. Okay, it's just a flat 100, nice. And then we'll get this done, fill it up, bring it over to the scrap mine, take one of the bicycles by the safe house there that I saw back. And then maybe see about bringing some supplies to a front line. Mainly we're just going to be doing housekeeping for the backline areas. But yes, we're going, things are going good. So far, at least. I may end up swapping to a different game later as well, depending how things go. Down now. I might set up a queue of oil tankers in the MPF later. Depending. Now, can this... Damn it.
Oh, sling me the hose, mate. Are you filling up?
Yep. Alright, now. Oh, perfect. We just gotta wait for one more fuel. Which is probably gonna take a wee bit. So we shall take one from public. Alright, now we just gotta take this all the way over there, and then we're good. Bum bum bum, now. I wonder how the fronts are doing. World chat's just talking about how the HMGs are just murdering everyone constantly. Apparently a few people have gone deaf because of it now. Because it's just pure FMG, or not FMG, HMG fire constantly up there. It kills people and your ears. That is apparently the consensus on the HMG. Which, I mean, is good. That's what you want from an HMG, something that can pin the enemy down. I have done nothing but hold down left mouse button for the last 2 hours. That dude's fucked. Someone must be just feeding him ammunition then. Alright, where do I want to park this? That will cover here. If I put like a pillbox here and here. Okay, there's a pillbox there. So that should cover this way, that should cover there. This is kind of a dead zone. But I have it kind of hug. I think that's the best we're gonna get there. Now let's make sure the comp mine is topped up. Bro, just fucking, come on. Any wreckage? No. Sad. And here's my getaway Vix. Unless there's a truck abandoned, which honestly I wouldn't be surprised. Okay, so all this stuff is working for now. That's good. Wonder, it might be faster for me just to walk back to town, to be honest. Maybe I can find some wreckage. That would be nice if I could find some wreckage. I can't wait for another relic war. It's been a while since we've had a relic war. What was it? What was the equivalent for Shard 1? I'm not sure what the equivalent for Shard 1 was, but I know around War 22-23 those were double relic wars. me truck is gone, that's fine. Okay, so those are back to work. What about the other ones? Okay, that's what I thought. Now we gotta drive all the way over there. Check to make sure that the tankers are still there. Oh, hi guys. If they're still there, then I'll just simply take them back. It's probably just no one fucking refills the mines. But we'll check how much the trucks have. Hopefully they have a decent amount. God damn it, I hate you devs. Why do you put tree stumps and trees in the middle of the road? Yes, more heroes being placed on the field. I don't like how there's a watchtower on that beach. It means that partisans most likely came from that beach previously, and now it's there specifically due to that. Okay, cool. So it looks like 2K scrap for Fulton and diesel. That's not too bad. I don't know. Because I'm not sure how much. Okay, so it would take. Was it like 10 cans of petrol to fill it? So that would be 100 scrap. Okay, it's not actually that bad. Alright, so it has 52. What are we looking at over here? A bunch of supplies, apparently. That makes me think there might have been partisans around here. Okay, this one still has a bit, so we'll do a couple trips here. I don't know why people do these things. Let's shove this in the safe house. We'll take the explosive materials back to the hub, shove it in the refinery for someone to use. But all this jazz can stay over here. Oh, there is binos. Shit, nice. Okay, so we can keep an eye out for any wreckages, hopefully. Because I would like some wreckages. I like how it keeps replaying the sound. Random ass truck over there. I guess I can go check that out, see what's in it.
Hey Lorna, I'm gonna go. See you, man.
Alrighty, have a good one, Brig. Have a good night.
Yeah, see you, man.
Alright, let's go see what that R1 has. Let's see, where was it? Is it somewhere over here? There it is. Watch be filled with tech or something. Oh, it's not even locked. Yeah, okay, it's fine. Any wreckages? I really want that wreckage because it's a great source of armats. Sadly though, I think they've either turned it down the spawn a lot, or I've been spoiled by Shard 2 where just no one was picking them up. Mind you, that was also like fucking 3 weeks into the war. This is still day 3, going into day 4. There's gonna be a lot of active players that'll start to drop off in a bit. Anyway, I need to head back to town, convert everything into diesel, and start getting everything ready. Okay, yeah, you can kind of tell they fixed the mines a bit. They're a bit better now. Not like how it was pre-stealth nerf, but at least it wasn't how it was day 1. Now the next place I want to check for wreckages is up by the curves. I feel like there might be a higher chance for them to spawn up there. And it just rocks. I'm keeping my eyes out. I want these wreckages. I also heard that wreckages spawn when just vehicles decay. If that's the case, it makes sense why there's so many on Shard 2. Because there was... I see, they're protecting... Wow, they are ready for that comp field. Oh, the battle's ready. Wreckage. I do not see any wreckage. Kinda sad. Alright, let's swap over and do the Stream Raiders. So we got 15 heroes on the field. Slap down our haste as our best skill because it makes everyone zoomy. We got Frost, Fauberger, Mahogany, and Evil Cutie. And we're going in. Alright, those Wardens are slowing us down because they're such beefy guys. But Berserker and Centurion are really chewing through them. Alright, now we got one more Warden. The Centurion though is getting hurt. Too bad we don't have a healer on the field. Oh, and the Centurion is down. Oh, we do have a healer. I just didn't see him. Oh no, the Musketeers on their own, but I think they can hold... Oh no. Oh, now we're being split off because the rabbit is leading us astray. Damn you, rabbit. Please don't tell me this is gonna be Rin Around the Rosie. Oh no. Okay, there we go, thank God. I was going to say, if we're just stuck in an... Oh, fuck. Holy shit. Those archers do not fuck around. God damn. Alright, let's try that again. That's a yikes. Although, yeah, now they didn't spawn nearly as many Wardens this time around. Alright, I'll slap down a tank, I guess. I think the issue is we let all these archers kind of bunch up, and they just got so much splash damage in there. If we focus up here on the left side and we take out all these archers, then there's at least only one left over. Man, I can't believe that was a slaughter. Started out really well, but afterwards, oh boy. Alright, sadly still no wreckages. Maybe over by the top of this next curve we can pull over and find some. Let's see. Wreckage. Wreckage. Sadly don't see none. I thought that was a boat for a minute, but no, it's a rock in the water. Hey, Faubourger Epic Artillery. That should really help fuck them up. The range on that will be able to chew them up before we get in range of them. Oh, it's a sand pit for children. That's nice. Why does it seem like my camera's so zoomed in over— oh, right, it's a hill. That's why. Yeah, so due to that. It's all closer to the camera. I was so confused there. I'm like, why is everything so big all of a sudden? Anyway, you gotta take this back, convert it all into fuel. I can probably do another scrap load or two from there before I need to refill the trucks. I think most people are just scrapping from the fields anyway. I don't think most people care about the mines at the moment. What the fuck is this? Oh, copper. Oh, right, what does it look like? Oh. What the fuck? So copper does just get turned into, like, spools. Interesting. Anyway, now we gotta zip back over there, pull more scrap, and then we'll see about making a bunch of public B-mats. Because everyone's making personal B-mats and no one's making public B-mats. Which then, in theory, two things happen. One, it starts a cascade event where more people put their stuff into public, or two, people just yoink everything from public because, hey, I don't have to go get scrap. I'm surprised many people don't use the mines. Well, I know because of the nerf, most people don't want to use them. Still, though. I mean, free income basically is pretty good. But it's just like the same two fields. Everyone keeps hopping between the east and west one. A couple people head up north to the one field, but I don't like going to that one. No, we just keep hopping between those fields. As soon as we finish one, the other one respawns. Okay, so it seems like you get roughly— actually, it might cap out. No, because this had some before. I didn't pull from this one last time. Yeah, okay, so it seems like on a full truck of well, not a fuel truck, but a full 1,000 liters. It'll produce maybe 2,000 scrap. Alright, I still have the EMATs in my inventory as well. I need to drop off. I forgot about those because we did the battle and then wreckage hunting. Oh, heroes being slapped down onto the field. Very nice, very nice. Up and down, every day, all day. Oh, I'm swerving all over the road. Let me pull over here and see if we can't see any wreckage. Feel like if there was any here, that would have been picked dry already. Because I have seen it spawn like way out in the field before. But I don't know how often it spawns anymore. Now that they changed it to actually give RMATs, they probably turned down its spawn rate quite a bit. Same time though, I could still see it being the same as a nice early way to get some RMATs for flatbeds. And that is a mattress. That's a nice little home out in the wilderness. Yeah, I don't see none. I could probably find some if I went to a remote corner of the map. What'd that say? Something about don't just spam cum? I'm not exactly sure what it said. Oh, a bunch of AC are now getting on with Hallowed. Okay, this is gonna take a while. We're up to 60 though at least, so that mixed with what we got from public can do a couple loads. Move over for him. Put the rest into BMAX. And we'll submit the EMATs. And someone can take them. How's this doing? It's right next to us and people can't top it up occasionally. Okay, wreckage. Is there any out here? That's a tractor. Okay. Random container out there. Okay, let's continue down. Lots of trucks parked around in hidden areas. Or at least trying to be hidden. And we're back up to the top. How's the mine doing? Okay, cool. Someone's emptying it. Someone's using that one as well. Okay, that one's kind of fucked. Wow, that has triple mine, 2 triple mines, so 3 triple mines in Bacca. God damn. Fuck now. How's the oil doing? Nah, only 2. God, I cannot imagine trying to do petrol at this point. Yeah, okay, that stuff's doing good for now. What was I just thinking of doing? That's empty. That one respawned. That one's getting chucked through. I could go up there to the sulfur mine and see what's going on there. Because it'll be good to have a couple, you know, heavy EMATs on standby for later. That's the one thing I always find with this game is when you do Logi, there's 2 ways you can do Logi. Constantly bring in exactly what is needed when, or starting to stockpile things needed for the next tech, which people don't seem to do for some reason as often. Maybe it's because as soon as something's tech, they just immediately burn through all the stockpiles for said items. I don't know. Like, our next tech is the 30 mil, you know, obviously. And I don't see too many 30 mil crates sitting around, getting ready to go. Same with tripods. Where the hell am I going? Okay, I can cross, yeah, this bridge, and then just head north. We'll go check out what's going on over there. Yep. Oh, you know what? I feel like this road isn't traveled very much. There might be some wreckages around here. Well, that's a giant wreck, but not wreckages. That's the one thing, you gotta find like the corners of the map where people rarely go. It's probably where all the wreckages are hiding, or just on some back roads in the middle of nowhere. Is that just... that's just a dead end. I don't know why that exists like that. Shame. Yeah, I don't know why that's like that. Maybe there was something there previously, I don't know. Oh, look at all these pumpkins. Alright, let's see what's going on with the sulfur mine. It's either empty or it doesn't have a fuel truck. Okay, it has a fuel truck. Yeah, okay, that's why I figured. How in the fuck? And it's locked. Lovely. Let's see. We have the safe house and the town hall right here. Let's check the safe house first. Usually safe houses are where I store wrenches, so probably someone else does it. Sadly not, no. Keep an eye out for wreckages as well. The only thing I'm worried about is if I can't see them at night, I wouldn't really know. I think you can though. Here's the river with the bridge. Oh, the lamps provide a little bit of vision, that's cute. Okay, cool, there's a wrench. Wait, no, I already had a wrench on me, god damn it. I forgot about that. I'm a fucking idiot sometimes. For some reason I thought I put it away. Anyway, I'm not gonna worry about getting this fuel truck up to like 100 fuel. If it just has like 80 or whatever I can muster, that's fine. Oh my god. Don't do this to me, game. There we go. Oh, and this barely has any fuel to begin with. Alright, let's... God, I hope there's some fuel in the town hall. Shit. Alright, what's my best direct route? We got some fuel there. Okay. Wait, fuck, is this not a bridge? Okay, no, there is a bridge. I'm just stupid and looked at the map the wrong way. Okay, there we go. And then we just go hook a right, then another right, and we're at the relic that has some fuel in it to keep me going for a bit. Alright, let's see. Hey, Mahogany placing an Emic Barbarian, thank you. That should help us quite a bit. Wow, 10 rounds of ammo. Someone was doing shit over here. Did we just unlock something? No, we didn't. Someone just said we unlocked something in world, but we didn't, or else chat would be going fucking crazy. This feels like a road less traveled on. Come on, wreckages, at least give me one. God, I fear these areas have been picked clean. Oh, and this is the other side of that base for the comp field, right? Yeah. Oh, shit. No, it doesn't seem like there's any wreckages in this place. There is no wreckage, only pain and suffering. Come on, get up there. Sataria, Sataria, the great march is its capital. Everyone loves Sataria. I do enjoy Sataria so much. Even before the map update, Sataria is where I would always go if I wanted an easy Logi time, because there's only a small group of people here half the time. And they're all dedicated Logi and y'all get to know each other. It's not like how Heartlands was, where it's just a bustling place. Fucking I'll take Republic. Maybe I'll do a mix. There we go, that should be enough. 150 is definitely more than enough fuel. And now we get to drive it all the way back. Okay, that did say something about spam and cum. Zealous approach. I wonder what the reasons for these names are in lore. Is it because, you know, at some point there was some type of religious battle fought there? Who the hell knows? Who knows? Who knows anymore, you know? That's what I know, you know? Alright, so now we just gotta take this over, get our atlas back. What else was on my to-do list? I'm not sure. Maybe I can see what some front lines need and deliver some stuff. Get some commends that way, you know? Oh my god, that is so funny. So, the game has a built-in, you know, profanity filter where it tries to censor out bad words. Except that was kind of fucked up a bit. So there's a place in the world known as Bastard's Block. If you try and type that name into chat, it will censor it. Because bastard is on the word for being censored, apparently. But no, someone just tried to type in, you know, the phrase, "You've been hoisted by your own leotard." And it left Leo, but censored out tard. Because I guess tard is a bad word, even if it's part of another word. Like, good job, Devs, but hoisted by your own petard there. Oh hey guys, let me commend the guys. Oh yeah, it's past midnight. I think all my commends are reset, that's why. That is probably the reason I can now commend people I commended earlier. Okay, where... Oh, there it is. It was hidden under the tree. Let's just kind of move this back. Actually, let's go move it by the town hall. I don't think it should be right here next to the thing. Is this even on? Oh, it's just very quiet. Okay. Yeah, let's get this out of here. We'll bring this over by the town hall. I think would be a better spot for it. Just in case it's ever needed, you know? And there's my atlas. Alright, now then... Probably right here would be fine for it. And we'll put the B mats in the town hall. There. That way if anyone needs it for any reason, B mats are in the town hall, it's right across the street. The hot... Hello there. I was gonna say the hospital, I wonder what's in here. Oh shit. That's enough heavy emotes for quite a bit of things. Good hiding spot though, because normally no one would check the hospital. Sadly for them, I am extremely curious and like to check out random things. Alright, let's wait until it's a flat amount.
Hello.
Hello Lucas, how are you? There we go.
Oh damn, it's doing it again.
What happened? Well, I don't know what happened there.
Okay, talk now.
Hello.
Hey.
How are you doing?
Good, good. PC is not. Okay, let me...
Man, straight up dying over there. Alright, let's pull over into our Stream Raiders.
Let's just hope it fixes itself.
It should after a bit, hopefully.
Yeah. I think it's because, like, another game's updating in the background. I didn't necessarily want to update, but I could not figure out how to stop it, so...
Yeah, that sounds like that
have
would be
to let
the
it update.
reason.
Yeah, just maybe.
Alright, let's swap on over to Stream Raiders. Alright, we got a good force here. Everyone's clustered
gotta
together. We
say,
got the artillery. We should be able to win this.
It's been a trip, this war, with the logistics. Like, what was it, like 2 days before this war started, there was a whole Logi letter saying,
There we
like,
go.
hey, yeah,
Oh,
Dev,
and they've
kinda
broken
want
off to
better
deal with
Logi,
all of them.
you know?
Nice, nice.
And then, like, the war
Artillery
started, everyone's
again
like, oh
in
shit,
there.
triple mines. Damn, the devs listen. Oh, all the mines are garbage. They're producing less than a single mine back in the day.
There we go.
It's like, what?
Good job, everyone. Who gets it? Phoberger gets it. Oh, I got a Beast Folk Barbarian skin. Nice. Alright, let's finish up this
Oh
map.
yeah, so for that operation on Saltbrook Channel, so I'm looking at the map, and so
Let's
the
see.
goal is for us to eventually get a permanent base up as close to the city as possible, right? So that we can like
Let's throw down
kind
a
of hold
tonk.
the one half to prevent them from
Get
getting
in there
any
and throw your
logistics
stuff
benefit
in.
from Saltbrook Channel, as far as I understand it.
Yeah, I mean, Kat is the one who drew everything up, so...
Okay, it just seems very vague as to.
It
Like, it was
is.
just a general idea, and it's like, oh, okay, like they need general supplies. So I guess I'll get on, start making some mammons. I guess. I don't know. Like, they just need to blow up 2 bridges. Oh wait, shit, they have the garage up in factories. Oh damn. Just look at the map.
Well, it's like me and Kat were discussing it, and he's like, yeah, we'll blow up 2 bridges, and we'll just have, like, a small force hoard the area where we take out the other bridge and secure this half of the town. I'm like, how many is a small force? And he's like, I don't know. I'm like, so at least 20 people. It's like, this is Shard 1. You can't be going by Shard 2 numbers where 5 people can hold a bridge.
Yeah. I have hope for our boys up north of Saltbrook to push through and cut it off from any supply. Surprised they were delayed that long, to be honest. Like, those guys are pretty up there.
Well, as far as I know right now, everything's stalemated due to the HMGs, and it's basically just become World War One.
Oh yeah. Yeah, HMGs.
Yeah, Buddy was
I
saying
remember.
he's been holding left click for like 2 hours, and he has over 1,000 kills or something.
Oh my god. Yeah, they do that. Man, I remember when I started playing this game back in the Ape Strong Together War. What was that war?
Oh, that was...
21?
I think that was 22 or 23.
Yeah. I think I actually joined in the middle, and like
I think that was
kinda near the
23.
start of the war. I don't know, but all I know is like I went to one area, and like it was a bridge fight, and the goal was to like blow up the bridge or whatever. I was like, oh okay. We like secured the bridge. I helped throw some mammons, and then like some guy was like, yeah, we got boys holding the bridge on the other side. We just need to mammon this down. And he went to go get more mammons in his little truck. And then just like out of the darkness, I just see this like fucking like this object pushed by 2 people start mowing all of
Oh,
us
the
down.
FMG.
I just like prone and it was like shit, holding the one mammon I had in my hand, hoping that I could like get a mammon behind it or some shit.
Yes, the FMGs.
Yeah, I know, dude. Like, man, just watching that thing mow all of us down, I was like, yeah, we hold the bridge. Yeah, we're gonna succeed. And then that thing just rolled up, and it was like, oh shit.
Yeah, I haven't heard any reports of how the FMG is doing. All I know is the HMG that was just added this update is fucking annihilating people.
Oh no. Oh yeah, how's tech doing?
Slow.
Yeah. I remember like people were complaining that their bases are decaying before G-subs are even teched.
When I first got on, I had a great haul, because the one scrap field I was at, it dropped almost 300 fucking aluminum.
Holy shit.
Like, I personally had like 78 by the end of the field, and most crates that left had like 20 or more aluminum on them.
Oh damn.
I know when the tech runner showed up to pick up my stuff on his way out of the region, he had like 70 some odd refined aluminum and over 200 unrefined aluminum.
Nice.
Apparently that barely did a dent though or some shit, I don't know.
Oh damn.
All I know is we still haven't teched the ISG.
Yeah, and front lines won't exactly move before then, because that's why it's just Mammon rushes, and with FMG's out now, yeah, that's not happening. Probably.
Meow, meow. No, 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 wow, bow, 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 no, no, no. How's everyone on stream doing? It's been a very quiet night. I'm fine with that though. It allows me to ramble incessantly for hours.
Okay, I am done traveling.
Huzzah. There we go, nice
Yeah,
and
no,
full.
so I think, yeah, last night, I went to Alan's right to start some scrapping. And that's where Port Sausage was, so I just kind of went to a salvage field with one of our flatbeds and a resource container I freshly hammered out of the construction yard. And I kind of just ended up accidentally becoming the main driver for them, and and moving around resource containers. I didn't do all that much scrapping, but I did a whole lot of just driving resource containers everywhere. Luckily, I was able to sneak out a couple of full ones into my personal refinery queue.
Oh my god, you stole.
From a public salvage operation. Yeah, I know, right? So don't know if I got more or less salvage than I would have gone if I just scrapped it all myself, but hey, still contributed something to the sausage.
We must steal the sausages.
Yeah. Oh yeah, did you see what was the next revealed tech after we teched bayonets for infantry?
Oh, you mean the warhead?
Yeah, everyone was like, "Oh, it's fine, guys. Well, Warhead's always at the bottom, so by the time we tech Warhead, we'll have enough T-mats to also tech radio backpacks right after." And then, and then it's just wait, nukes are now tier 4?
Well, usually Warhead is always just a free auto tech at the start of the game. We don't have to research it. Usually it's always boosters we have to research. But they made both
Oh.
researchable.
Oh, okay. Yeah, shit. Fuck, that confused me now.
Either way,
Yeah,
though, boosters are probably still at the bottom of the tree.
Yeah, okay. I forgot there was 2 pieces for the rocket. Fuck. Yeah, so now I'm questioning why.
And the mine
Why
is
is that
silent.
something we have to? If there's also boosters, it just doesn't make sense that we have to tech 2 of them.
You're trying to understand the devs, and that's the main issue.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
I don't think the devs know what the devs are up to these days.
Yeah. I gotta say, why is it? Why is the Warhead the thing getting the proto kits too? What?
Well, apparently it doesn't actually produce any proto kits. It just doesn't do anything.
They literally have the Cometra right, the revolver right there. Or the sledgehammer too. The sledgehammer would have been a really good proto kit to make.
Devs hate you specifically, Lucas. They did this to spite you.
Yeah. Yeah, they sure did. Damn it, we actually teched the Volta. I was really hoping for this Fushina, so that we could suppress stuff.
I mean, it doesn't really suppress anything.
I don't know. I think on the wiki it says that it can. I don't know.
Yeah, it can, but every rifle can if you have 5 people doing it.
Yeah, but I've heard like the Fashina can just because like alone through like its sheer fire rate. Yeah, it even says in the description it's designed for laying down suppressive fire for during assaults on fortified enemy entrenchments.
Yeah, it doesn't equal killing power though, because most shots wildly miss.
Yeah, I actually used it like last war when we like went the full round and like teched it. I mean, close quarters it did okay. I sometimes one bursted people, which was neat.
Sometimes that's just how it be.
Yeah. Damn, so the gunboat's early auto tech now. Tier 4?
Random ass
Right
crate.
before our mobile already.
Yeah, I think they want us to start getting used to playing in the water more.
Oh, yeah, it was just before the gunboat was always up against like, oh, here's your essential light tank. Oh, like, you know, like vehicles that were actually good at like all the time versus a situational like okay vehicle.
Well, the thing is as well, you know, the only reason you'd want the gunboat is just to shell coastal positions or just deny the enemy shipping lanes. But half the time that doesn't matter and neither side does it.
Yeah. Like, I don't know, like last war on Great Colonial Dam, I definitely like felt a lot of gunboats being used over there just because of its location. Like there's always like the gunboats are used pretty often down there, up there. And I mean, like I remember like we had just captured like the keep for another, you know, at the 11th time, but and then it just immediately got shelled by like 3 Warden gunboats.
Yeah.
Can't wait till we get that RPG armored car though. That's gonna be neat.
Yeah, we're gonna have to start preparing some RPGs though.
I mean, we have the Icarus that we can already use RPGs on. So, it'll be a neat transition, I guess.
Did we actually tech the Icarus? I thought that was current tier.
Well, it's current tier right now, but I mean, we have protos rolling around, but we'll progress from the Icarus using RPG shells to then the Gemini. So it'll be like we can make a lot of RPG shells right now, and not even really. They'll get kind of put to use, so it won't exactly be wasting these. I don't know. And we'll generally have a stockpile of them for the Gemini. I don't know, not too many people plan in advance, so because there'll be a demand for RPG shells before we actually tech the good RPG shell vehicle, you know, there'll actually be RPG shells for the Gemini already existent in a decent size. Like how, since we get the hatchet beforehand, enough people will actually like focus on making 40 mil that will have like some reserves for when we get like the Sparta.
Yeah, but we'll have to get some stuff in reserve just in case, because God knows, like as soon as we get the Gemini, people are gonna be flooding the front lines with it.
Yeah. I tried it on Dev Branch, and firing it felt clunky because like there was like a 2-second delay before you could fire the second rocket.
Oh, they don't fire together?
No, it's one at a time. Like, I think that like the double barrel rocket launcher the Ordens get is like the same way, or there's like a delay between the shots. That's like it's like 2 seconds. It's like actually 2 full seconds, and it's really long, and you're just like sitting there like left clicking, trying to fire the second rocket, and then it finally goes, and you're like, my god, that is long.
I mean, for the
It
Warden
doesn't-
tripod one, it makes a bit of sense, because you would have to, like, arm the next two, but also, you know, steady yourself again to line up another shot. For a
Yeah.
vehicle, though, you're just pressing a button.
Yeah, I think they just like copied and pasted the mechanics for both or whatever.
Wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah.
I mean, both of them are dual RPG firing utilities.
Yeah. And then you have to reload both the rockets separately, and it takes a while to reload just one. And you hit R, wait the like 10 seconds it takes to reload one, and you're like, wait, that only loaded one? I have to go through that again?
So, can you please tell me you can reload from inside the vehicle?
Oh yeah, you can. You can like back it up and then just like hit R, whatever. Like you're reloading from inside. You're not. Like a rocket kind of just appears on the outside. There's no fancy animation. Like your rocket pod will be empty, and then all of a sudden there's a rocket in it.
I remember how when it was first revealed, everyone was just laughing at how silly it looks, because it's just a rocket being held loosely by just like 2 strips of metal.
Yeah, no. I mean, doesn't seem at all very accurate, but who am I? I am no rocket scientist.
Sargos again.
I don't know. Apparently, I think like rocket launchers like that, like full-fledged rockets like that, can actually be pretty bare bones in terms of the launchers, I guess.
Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah.
Although I do wonder how the Warden one compares, because the Warden one, it's the indirect RPG, isn't it?
Yeah. So it's not building destruction; it's anti-tank. So, I guess it's supposed to be their counterpart to our 20 mil armored car, or our ATR armored car, maybe.
I mean, I guess so, but they already had the anti-tank half-track.
Yeah, which kind of seems better in every way, but because it can actually go off-road, which is kind of essential when you're hunting tanks. I don't know, like if it's like our armored car in that it's garbage off-road, and it is going to be really bad against tanks because it will not be able to catch up, and they could probably just outrange it.
Yeah.
It's probably gonna have the same issue where it's like, oh, this is kind of designed since it's weak armor but fast. It's supposed to flank tanks, but how can it do that when the tank's off-road? Or you can't go off-road with it.
Well, I'm pretty sure for the new armored cars, it looks like they had chains on the wheels, I think. I'd have to look
really?
at the design again. I don't know. It looks like that. I know the our ATAC has chains on the wheels, which is supposed to, you know, make it faster off-road, but it barely does anything.
I think chains on the wheel are mainly for
Winter
like,
traction, yeah.
snow. Yeah.
But also, I think for mud.
Yeah, I mean, it's just is just kind of increasing friction and such by basically stabbing into the ground instead of just kind of hitting on top of it and like relying on the uneven like surface of the road to provide friction.
Yep, heroes getting
believe,
placed down.
When not in winter times, like chains on your tire are actually illegal because they like fuck up the roads.
Yeah, I believe so. But no, it'll be definitely be fun to see how it works out, because this is going to be the third armor car for both sides.
Yeah. What's our second one? Oh wait, oh yeah, okay, we got the Gemini and oh, wait, oh yeah, okay. I was like, wait, no, the Tankette's not a armored car.
Actually, apparently it's classified as one.
I mean, it says it's a complete overhaul of the armored car. Like, it's based upon... Like, I don't even... Maybe it has the same engine. I don't know. Like, honestly, it's...
Maybe it has to do with the weight and armor classification.
I don't know. I think I've heard people say that, like, the vehicle it's based upon was called an armored car. But, like, we all know how military... like any sort of, like, weapons, like, classification was done. Like, I think, like, swords is a huge point of contention, even though, like, back in the day, it was just called a sword. There was no, like, classification for it. It was like, oh, that's a big sword. Oh, that's a small sword. No, like, they were just very broad. Of like, oh yeah, that's a sword. They didn't like look at
Alright, I'll
like, the
finish
length
filling
or,
up
like, specifics of it.
Sardos's, and then I'll go drop off my
They
stuff.
could just like kind of, like maybe like a well-versed swords like maker could like tell you like where a certain sword is made in and shit, but otherwise there was no real classification for swords.
Yes.
So I don't know, I think I've heard like similar things of like guns nowadays, like what qualifies a shotgun as a shotgun and a rifle as a rifle and all this like weird shit. And like when you start getting into it, it's like some of the differences are not really that big.
Milk.
I don't know, like I think it's like PDWs versus SMGs or whatever. Is like one thing.
PWs, what are those?
They're called personal defense weapons, and I think they were like originally
Oh,
a
those.
concept for like say a backline engineer, like a welder or something, in like the back lines to have in case like his position ever got like compromised, or like truck drivers would have these, and they were basically like smaller SMGs. I think like they were like originally these things were basically like slightly bigger pistols. Like some like an Uzi, I want to say.
So basically
Like,
a machine pistol.
Yeah. So like, kind of those kinds of weapons. But then like I think
Tech.
like the armies were like looking for SMGs
You're
that
full.
were like using pistol caliber weapons, but that they were trying to like they like paid some gun makers to like try and develop like pistol caliber weapons that could penetrate armor effectively, and then that created the P90, I think, and MP7. Those were like two guns that came out of that, and they both used like
Man.
really nice like armor piercing rounds or something that were in pistol caliber. And they kind of like showed that pistol caliber weapons could actually like compete in like modern militaries, and they were like classified as PDWs, I believe, instead of like standard SMGs.
Interesting.
Yeah,
Sounds like a way to get away with war
like
crimes.
two guns that you would look at and like kind of know as an SMG, I think were actually classified as PDWs or something, and that's like another thing. It's like, oh, we can use like if their round is like armor piercing or not, and all this shenanigans. But yeah.
So basically war crimes?
Yeah, I don't know. It was. I don't know. Then there's like the whole like guns debate of like, was it like the black rifle, and that all the.
I
That's
have
just
no
kind of
idea
like
what that's
modern
about.
ergonomics, like if you replace like all the like plastic with like wood furniture, people would be less scared of it or whatever, even though it's like literally the exact same gun.
Yeah, I can't say I've heard about that at all.
It's. Oh, where do you live? Like Canada, U.S. or?
Yeah, Canada.
Oh yeah, yeah. In the U.S., like the whole guns debate, like
I like how
a
where do you
a lot
live?
of the news is
Immediately goes to Canada.
like making fear the black rifle, even though like the only reason rifles are even black is because like the plastic they use in like the grips, not anything that actually makes the gun function. That's all metal, but like say like where you hold it, that'll be like plastic. Before in like World War I and like II, that was like wood. That was like the best material they had at the time. That like was like shock absorbing. And I don't know, like people would like send in pictures to like the or like I don't know, just people are a lot more scared of like the gun when it has like black plastic on it than like wood, because like I think like weapons with like wood furniture on them are kind of more seen as like hunting weapons, like and kind of like that they have the stereotype of like like this is used for hunting, or else weapons with like the black plastic is kind of seen as like weapons designed to kill people, even though like that has like no bearing on the effectiveness of the weapon much.
There's also probably something else along those lines as well. Comparatively, when you think of wooden weapons, you think of weapons that probably don't function that well because they're
Well,
old
like
guns,
yeah,
usually. So most people don't see them nearly as threatening as a more sleek design of common day.
yeah, no, like and the
Wreckage?
thing is like a lot of like older weapons have even just been like refitted with just like like they took in off the wood furniture, like the gun's still there, but they like just replaced that with like superior like black plastic, whatever, for like I don't know, better shock absorbance. Like wood furniture looks pretty good, is what I hear a lot of people say. So like they'll like prefer it over looks, but I think like plastic's a lot cheaper and like has like the same effects in terms of like shock absorbance and like atomic. Oh,
You know what? I bet if I look at frontline, relic bases have fucking wreckage in them. Let's see. Wow, it has a lot of salvage at least. No wreckage. Armat. No. Okay, I'm gonna look very quickly here because there's this base I supplied the other day and no wreckage. God damn it. No.
oh yeah. So what you
No.
doing? Doing the scooping, frontline fighting, or
Just been scrooping for a couple hours in Great March, pretty much it. Been trying to find
yeah?
wreckage, but can't find any.
With the lack of comps, everyone's probably hammering it away.
Man, I found a fucking pair of binos in a safe house, and I've just been, occasionally when I go down the road, I stop, get out, and look all around me. I've not seen any wreckage since the first day of the war.
Jeez. Yeah. Once everyone learned that comp mines are now garbage, and that the only reliable way was wreckage to get a flatbed. Yeah, it uh
I think also most people didn't bother because you need so much wreckage to get lucky to have enough comps to get enough RMATs to do anything. Them changing it to it being just a flat amount of RMATs is fucking insane.
oh yeah, no, like yeah, no, I think that's how I got us our first flatbed. Don't know if Void Dragon ever, like I gave it over the Void Dragon because I was getting off, but man, I don't know, like I was just going on my way to the refinery in my little truck, and I was like, oh shit, wreckage, maybe I can get some RMATs out of it. Got 31 RMATs, was like, fuck yeah, flatbed for LLC.
Yeah, I think we have a couple flatbeds in our private stockpile.
Yeah, I'm seeing one in this storage depot. I think I have the codes for Outlet's Bright too, so I think we still have one up there. Yeah, we still have one in Mercy's Whale Seaport and Outlet's Bright. I don't know if I ever put in the codes for Lockmore, did I? Oh, I think I did. Yeah, okay,
The
no,
battle's
none
ready.
up there that I can see. I think that's all. Is that our 3 stock? Do we have a 4th? We have one in Freemore, Mercy's Whale, Sitara.
I don't
Unless
think
someone
we
made
have
a
a
new one in
fourth.
in Jade Cove, since that's up now.
I don't think we have one over in Jade, or at least we shouldn't.
Yeah.
Alright, we got 8
I
units
think we
placed
only
on the
have 3
field.
stockpiles currently.
Yeah, this is gonna be a bit of a tough fight. Let's go with the speed, actually. Shit, can I deselect this? I don't think I can. Damn, I wanted to go with the
Oh, we have one in Westgate.
melee power
Longstone,
instead.
I guess. I don't know. Void Dragon made one up there, over there.
Clobager, get in there with your archers. Fuck them up.
Not sure why, but.
Oh no. Oh no.
Yeah,
No! Oh, everyone's
Closest.
dead.
yeah, so there's a refinery up north, but that has its own storage.
Sad.
So I don't know why we have one in the.
Well, we
Longstone
got some free
seaport.
salvage.
I mean, I guess that's. Can we even ship that anywhere?
Let's see.
Idolo, I guess, wouldn't be a
We
bad
got some
place to ship
quests.
stuff.
Win 3 battles.
know.
We got some tank scrolls. Very nice. I never placed my musketeers. Alright, let's take a look-see. Tank can be leveled up. Get some more hit points in there. Can be leveled up again for even more hit points. We're up to 100 now. What do we got in the store for scrolls? I can grab some healing scrolls. Let's grab those. Centurion. Yeah, I got enough cash for this stuff. Let's grab some for the tank. There we go. Barbarian scrolls as well. And we'll pick up some warrior scrolls. Oh fuck it. There we go, we got
I think
everything.
we have like 2 flatbeds right
Barbarian,
now. Unless you're also
decent
using one,
amount.
that'd make it 3.
Tonk gets some more HP up to 120. Warrior HP and damage. There we go, very good. Alright guys, let's try one more time. If not, that'll be after this, where we end the stream for today. Let's see. Okay, it's a bit easier now, there's only a single warden. Let me slap down a good
if they
old-fashioned
kept it from the
musketeer.
death branch, I believe you can use shipping
Get in
containers
there
and
and
demons
slap your
in
guys down.
MPF now.
Yeah, I think I heard something about that.
Yeah, it was the only way on the dev branch I was able to get a 4 MPF queue of was it freighters?
Yeah, that
The
shit's
only way.
expensive.
Yeah. You know, it was on the dev branch when they had doubled the price, so it was actually impossible to like make a full queue.
Oh, we do have pitch guns now. Oh, nice. I didn't think we did. Wait, is that what? Oh my god, there's a single Fusca. What's in this crate? Nothing. That's Mr. Lucas. Alright, let's see.
Yo, it's you.
It be me. Urgency, we got some boomstones. We only have one crate of shirts. Got quite a few crates of E-mats, surprisingly. Could start cooking up some RPGs. Hmm. Okay, that's gonna take them all. Alright, let's put some away. What?
Anyone at Zatara. If this isn't gonna be the biggest Logi town in the area.
What? I think something's wrong.
What?
Everything I take from the refinery in crates from my personal queue I can't put away for some reason.
Oh, they're not reservable?
Yeah, everything. Fucking B-mats, E-mats, fucking crates I make from the factory even. I don't know what's going on.
What? That's weird.
Why the fuck is it doing that? I don't know. Anyway, anything you scrap, let's just dump into public, because there's no public mats for people to use.
Whoa, this is Shard 1. Don't you know the rules? There's no such thing as a public stockpile.
Yeah, shit, you're right. We don't share.
It's clans only. Fuck the randoms. Fuck any new player wanting to try to get into Logi, but basically have to work his way from the ground up.
I think I found out why there's barely any RPGs. To do 4
nothing
crates of
at
them
those
is 300 E-mats.
Oh yeah, they're not cheap. They are not cheap by any means. I mean, they're no 40 mil, but they still ain't cheap. All the clans are saving up for 40 mil, 'cause that's the only ammo worth making. Even though
Well,
30
I mean,
mil's,
you're
like,
correct on that.
fucking,
New
like,
players
half
probably...
the
Well,
cost
nah.
and, like,
New
only
players should do a
20%
bit of
less damage or
Logi.
something.
They should know where their stuff comes from and how long it takes to make
But then
everything.
again, Mammons are like the most EMAT efficient damage you can ever get. So,
No strike.
like, I think like what Mammons.
As
is,
much
like,
as
10
I
for 20
personally
or
feel
some
a
shit.
strike would probably be better than jack shit, it's not gonna fix anything. Sorry, can you
All
repeat
I know
that?
is, I was talking about costs and shit. So, apparently Mammons are like the most like salvage efficient way to like deal damage to buildings or something.
Huh,
Like, they are just
interesting.
so dirt cheap. Like I think they're only
Let's
like
get
10 EMATs
some
for a crate of 20 or I don't know, but something
that
cheap,
going.
something low.
Heavy top coats.
But
But how you doing, Finisaur? It's been a while.
Like way cheaper than like 40 mil for only like 20% less damage. But you know, like there's no real good 30 mil options besides the ISG. Yeah, I mean that's pretty vulnerable to like flanks and such. I mean, I don't know. The Wardens have their like low armored car, which it loses to other tanks, I guess. But as a PvE vehicle, it wouldn't be horrible.
Well, early game, you know, the hatch is amazing for PvE because it's the only 40 mil you're gonna see for like a week and a half. I'm honestly surprised we don't capture more of them, to be honest. I think Wardens scuttle them half the time.
Yeah.
Coming back this war, not sure. Yeah,
I
I'd
was actually
say...
considering going Warden this war, but then it became the update one. I was like, shit, gotta stay Colonial.
Dude, I was half thinking of putting up a vote to go Warden.
Dude, yeah, I don't know, like... I was like, man, you know, I played Colonial enough. I want to kind of mess around with some of the Warden toys. And I was like, God, you know, Shard 2 shutting down, this is like the perfect opportunity. Like, next war, you know, since I'm like already locked in Colonial for like this war. Because like, when Shard 2 closed down, like this was before the announcement that it wasn't getting another scheduled war. I just went on to Shard 1 to like play a bit, you know. I fought on like the Great Colonial Dam. I was like, oh yeah, let me see how these boys are doing, you know. Or went Great Colonial Dam and just like fought for a bit. You know, it was like next day, hey, everyone, we're just not gonna do Shard 2 for a while. It's like shit. What?
But yeah, if you do come back this war, Finisaur, I'd say just take it easy and just relax.
Colonial and that.
Because, you know, there's so much shit going on with the Logi stuff that
I've been debating
I'm not
going
even
Warden
putting myself...
just for like a war,
I'm not actively trying that hard.
The mounted bone saw, I think. It was something else. Wardens have some cool
No,
shit.
I still can't. The fuck? I don't know how often they tech it.
I think it's auto tech usually, the mounted bone saw.
I rarely see it, to be honest.
From what I've seen with their tech trees, it's usually pretty late. Like, it's usually like up there with like when we get like heavier tanks, when we get the good tanks. When it's up along, it's near the end of the infantry tree. Is all I know. It's like a tech or two before like boosters usually. I don't know. It comes later. And like even then, I don't know.
Let's
it only
see.
costs
Yeah,
peanuts to
gone for a
make,
bit.
and
Teach a friend the basics.
So like it's supposed to be the like BMATS version.
Most of my regiment is kind of dead or
it's a tripod
mounted
weapon,
doing
so,
finals, so we're not applying ourselves as much as we would.
Use now the awkwardness has been like fine-tuned a bit and it's gone. You know, like you no longer press E and like does whatever this.
Yeah, dismantles it.
Yeah, so now someone dismantling it has to be like on purpose.
Well, the only thing I can think of now, so with the bone saw, I feel like it's completely outclassed now that they have the armored car that is just a bone saw, but earlier in the tree.
Yeah, no. I think the mounted version had like a pretty big range, like I think like 40 meters or some shit. Like it shot far. Like it was not like I don't know.
I'd say it'll probably become like the ISG versus 30 mil tank at debate, which is which one's better. What the fuck is this guy doing? Which, you know, I say the tank at is better because you can't, like the fact you have protection and mobility is better than just a standard tripod ISG.
Yeah, no, like I don't know. I was part of the group that wanted the Dora. But honestly, because I just wanted like some sort of fucking naval interaction. Like my god, we were like I don't know. It just kind of felt like we were ignoring like an entire half of the game, even though like we had like good spots for shenanigans like that. But
Well, the only thing that sucks is due to the size of Shard 2, but also how the tech trees were. It's just most wars neither side did anything Navy.
Yeah. Yeah, no. Like it's. Yeah. The gunboats are always cool. Like, I think when we teched them that one war, like, I ran some ops with them in like random groups, and they worked decently well. Like, I mean, they were just their strength is that they're mobile arty on the water with pretty high fire rates and like easy to use compared to most other arty setups. Only disbenefit is like the ammo capacity, is you can't like really haul like a large amount with you. The only way to do that is to have more gunboats, which becomes more of a strain. Uh, like crewing them. Like there's no like say bringing. Like normally with arty setups, you can have a large amount of shells pre-placed and at your disposal by setting up a bunker base or like an encampment to like hold them all. You know, like having a truck pulling from the encampment, and then you're like pre-setting up boxes full of them. Like you can have a pretty large disposal of them at the ready. Or else gunboats, you will have 20, 21 if you want to forego 12 points like 50 cal, any 50 cal ammo, but like I mean it's still like it like if like 2 or 3 you have like 40 60 rounds to like mow down a section of a base, which is pretty good. Like if you can like get like say the core of a base like within your range, you can like fuck some shit up.
Yeah,
This poor loser rolling up with a R5 Atlas.
that's all I need, baby.
Yeah, I don't know. Oh, I found the gunboat fun in terms of just like how easy it made arty to do. In terms of just you don't need a loader, you just kind of filled the ship up with shells, and like just kind of went at it. You left clicked and reloaded. Fire rate was really impressive. Gained like it's pretty damn nice. Just firing off so many shells so quickly. Like the range is something to be like kind of laughed at a bit in terms of like arty. Like I think it's like the same range as like a motor, caps out at 100.
Yeah.
But like in those ranges, it fucking melts shit.
I also assume it's less affected by wind.
Well, actually, since it's kind of on the water, I think there's like a unique mechanic where like any like coastal targets will actually have artificially increased their wind by like +1, like at all times.
Interesting.
Yeah. Like I think like that's why you almost never see your tier 4 or tier 5 wind, is because that's like unique to like coastal areas. Something like that. I don't know, I was really surprised what was able to be done with just like a bunch of like 8 guys who just kind of got together and were like, yeah, let's crew these gunboats. And then like we just found like a okay target. I think we actually like blew up a couple things on like say a concrete BB. Like awesome. From what I could tell, we didn't really target anything too valuable. Maybe like a captured tank or 2. Like I was kind of hoping we'd like dehusk like a couple like the W's that we could hit. Like we like our primary target was the tank for some reason. I don't know. I wasn't running the op. I just kind of was part of it. So I was like, sure, I guess we could target the tank. We destroyed a little bit of concrete, but it was still like felt like we could have targeted it a bit better. But oh well. Like there was like yeah, I think there was like a W or 2 in range that we could have like melted and opened up like a good side of the base to just like a flank. I don't know, the base fell eventually anyway while I was offline, so we did something.
One thing I would like is in the naval update that's coming next year is, you know, boats that actually have ammo storages so they can carry more fucking ammo on them.
Oh yeah, like I personally can't wait until we get battleships, the naval component to battle tanks. Now that just feels like such a natural thing. Like, come on, like the name's already there for you. Like we had battle tanks, now let's get battleships that you shoot 75mm.
Yes.
Like, I don't know. Like,
Well, the thing is, as well, the game is getting to that point because, you know, they're gonna expand the map again. They said for the naval update that they need to start adding some of the more, like the battle tank. That's gonna be needed to add back in the game to break stalemates because it is just becoming who gets nukes first.
yeah, and like who can like hit their target, who can keep their spotter alive better.
Can't wait for a naval update. Always love boats. But was never properly used. That's the one thing that sucks, yeah, it's just boats
Nukes are
never get
easier
used.
to get off than I originally thought. Like the fact that it's only a radio backpack as a requirement in terms of like targeting. Like, I mean, it takes 15 minutes from what I've heard, but it's still like you can have multiple spotters, and it's just like it only costs BMATs to target. Is what I'm kind of saying. Is like there's no like having your spotter die isn't really anything crippling to you.
Yeah, the only thing is, you know, you only have so long to launch the nuke and then you have to rebuild it or whatever.
Yeah, it decays, I believe.
Which
So,
is
like,
the
you have-
dumbest shit I've ever heard.
Yeah, I don't know. I kind of wish radio backpacks were a bit more expensive, or like something. Like I don't.
Well, I think the issue is with radio backpacks is they can't really make it cost RMATs because then they're gonna barely be used.
Yeah. I mean, they're barely used as is, right? Like.
Yeah, exactly. Now they're barely produced and they only cost BMATs.
I mean, like they're basically just like a heavier radio for most people.
The other issue
And,
as
like-
well is you also have randoms that will put it on and just die in battle with all of them and burn through an entire base's supply of radio backpacks.
Yeah, they're not really something that's like meant to be used by everyone. Like that's what the radio's for. Which actually the radio is decently expensive in terms of like items that you could have on your person when you die.
Yeah, that's why I don't use radios anymore.
Yeah, like every Logi's holds one. Like I'll bring one on Logi runs, but front line, like they're damn useful in front lines with watchtower coverage. But like, man, are they like actually just expensive? in
The
terms of, like,
only
VMATs.
times I'll use a radio on frontline is if I'm in like an entrenched position, like inside a base, a garrison, like killing people. If I'm out in the
Yeah.
field, it's like, no.
Yeah, no, like they're too expensive an item for like anyone to just grab.
But the amount of radios I can salvage in the field, it's like I come back with an inventory full of radios.
Yeah, no, way too many people grab those. I mean, way too people grab too much stuff in general. I don't know. It surprises me how many gas masks I will find on people. Like, it seems like everyone I come across is wearing a gas mask, and it always... Like, guys, you can run from these things. You know that, right? Like, you don't need a gas mask to survive it. Like, most, like, gas grenades, I can just run from. I'll see it, drop, and I'll run. Like, I don't know, like, when you're in, like, say, an entrenched position, and you're, like in a rifle garrison, it can be very important. Gas mask. That's their first option to take you out. Is to gas you out if you're like having a machine gun or something.
Even then, like, you barely see gas grenades be used after a point.
Yeah, like they'll use them all and then like they're done. Like they don't. Like sometimes against most tanks, I'll see like one or two thrown at them, and then when the crew doesn't insta die, they stop. That's why I only ever hold like 3, like the gas mask I'm wearing and like slots worth of filters, like 2. when I'm like in a tank, because that's all you ever need. And I remember like seeing like 1 or 2 tanker videos that was like, oh, you have to have like inventories full of fucking like gas masks. I mean, this was like before they uniform made them stack, but it definitely seemed a bit ridiculous, especially considering that the filters do not weigh nothing.
Yeah, they're
Like,
heavy.
yeah, and honestly, I prefer having like the 5 to 10 extra B mats that I can hold, just because I didn't fill my inventory with gas masks. Like,
Mr. Aroused Platypus, nice name. But no, then the other thing with gas is they're basically the candy of Foxhole. Everyone wants them. As soon as you get them, everyone burns through them within 5 minutes.
yeah, Colonial side it's especially bad because we have grenadier uniforms, so someone can go out and die with 16 gas grenades at once.
Well, mostly, people always throw them at groups of infantry that all are wearing gas masks. Also, I swear to God, wardens are born with gas masks stitched on their face. I don't think there's a time where I killed a warden and he didn't have a gas mask on.
Dude, I swear, yeah, I don't, I don't know, I like, dude, you think they were having a COVID pandemic or some shit? My God, of how many of them have gas masks.
Like, I don't know if in their basic training they have propaganda that you always have to have a gas mask on, but fuck, it always feels like they're wearing them.
Yeah, dude, I don't know. It's a bit crazy.
You throw a gas grenade into like their trenches and just no one dies, and it's like, oh, okay, every single one of them is wearing a gas mask.
Yeah. On the plus side, if you're using a gas grenade against multiple people, you're actually winning the resource war.
Technicalities.
Or you could just kill them and win it harder. But hey.
Well, I treat gas less as a direct method of killing and more of a distraction tool. It's also great for just denying them an area where I don't want someone.
Yeah.
Because even if people wear gas masks, they're less likely to push in an area.
Oh yeah. Yeah, no, gas will scare people off. Most people like don't like tank gas even though they have filters. Like they will like try to preserve their filter as much as possible because of course, you know, they're gonna get gas multiple times in their life. Because why, you know, but yeah, I don't know, like not enough people are like brave enough with gas masks and like to actually take advantage of the fact that they're immune for that set time. Yeah, no, I feel like gas masks though really are supposed to be for like tankers and like, you know, like vehicle operators or like, you know, like people in like rifle garrisons and such. You know, like the guys who are really vulnerable to gas.
Yeah.
Because like their lack of mobility and such. Like,
Most of the times
standard
I've been killed by gas was at bridge battles where I got fucking body blocked.
Yeah, yeah. Like,
The people with gas masks don't move. I just half the time body block the people without gas masks and they just die.
yeah. Oh damn, I just realized wardens aren't gonna have sniper as a first tier item. My God, dude, that was so annoying at bridge fights. Having like what, tier 1 auto tech?
Yeah, both sides had that.
And like theirs was actually good. So like people would actually make ammo for theirs. And like whenever we captured them, we had to like live off the ammo of dead warden snipers because no one made ammo for our sniper.
Yeah, it was
It's
honestly
like-
so funny how much the wardens use their snipers compared to how much we don't.
Yeah, yeah, like, oh my God, it's so bad. Like you just be on a bridge fight and you'd be like, finally, like, oh, we pushed across, and then all of a sudden, like, half your team would die to this one sniper on like a rock face, or like just like sitting inside like a rifle garrison and shit. And like, I remember one bridge fight. Like I think it was like for Deadlands, on abandoned war. No, it was Kahala's boot when we like started Kahala's boot, whatever.
Oh, Callahan's.
I went over there, and like we were kind of took on one half of the bridge, I think, and like we were kind of stopped from like using ISGs to PvE the base by like a sniper, and like we got pushed back along with like their infantry support. They were able to like push us back onto the bridge, and like it was getting so bad from the sniper. I like brought sandbags up and built a wall on the right side of the bridge just to stop the sniper from hitting us. Like I was like, holy fuck, this sniper is literally getting like, he's on a 20+ kill streak. I am building more sandbags, just facing him. Like not facing towards the guys on the bridge. No, on the right side of the bridge, wherever this fucker is shooting from. Like, my god, it was so bad. This man was like having the time of his life of how many fucking kills he was just getting.
Well, he got the armat return on that shit.
Bro, like tenfold. It was actually horrible. Like, he was doing it all throughout the day until nightfall, and like, god, it was so bad. So bad.
Who has the third flatbed?
I don't know. That was here when I got here, and like, I think the guy ran off or something. I don't know. Oh shit, this place is actually dropping a decent amount of T-mats.
This is the one that netted me nearly 300 earlier.
Oh damn. Okay, so they just have designated fields that drop them, I guess?
Nope.
I don't know.
It's just really fucking random, because since then I've been lucky to get maybe 50 T-mats combined across every field now.
Yeah. Oh yeah, did you know it's more efficient to transport most small arms ammo uncrated than it is to transport it crated?
Yep, because it stacks up to 100, doesn't it?
Yeah. But I mean, who the fuck is gonna deposit like however many crates full and then pull it from the local town hall? No one. Absolutely no one. Like, it's a fast pull time, but it's simply the amount of left clicks that would take.
Oh, the bow's ready, and 22 units on the field. Holy
I kind
shit.
of want the devs to increase the
Alright,
crate
let's
size to
see
100
about
for,
this.
like, all small arms that stack ammo like that.
Oh, this is gonna be fun. Let's get that speed buff going to speed everyone up.
Just to kind of like, I don't know. I
Alright,
feel like
let's
it won't
get
even
in
be
there.
that bad considering, like, I don't know, like.
Alright, we're all grouping
I
up.
feel like
The
crate size
Centurions
for
are
small
moving
arms
into
is actually kinda
engage,
small,
and the Centurions have wiped them out.
I think that is also kind of like an issue.
And now everyone
Logistics
turns.
kind of hampered by the crate sizes a bit.
Wow, my Musketeer has a long fire time. There we go, we did it.
They could like double the cost. I don't
What's
care.
inside? Who gets it?
Emacs cost, I
Foberg
just
gets
kinda
it.
care about the crate sizes and how many I'm able to like make at one time and then like transport
Oh,
in
shit.
like, my truck.
Can I get a collect all
got
button? Why is there so many? Yikes. Flag bearer. Ooh, another skin. A penguin paladin. Snowflakes. I don't know what we use those for. Artillery. Nice. More gold.
I was also thinking like
Centurion.
maybe they could like adjust how many like crates, how many
Alright,
items will
let's
be in
do
a crate,
this.
like when an MPF, like
Ooh, nice, not bad.
items out of like MPFs and such. Like for
Centurion,
sandbags and barbed wire, maybe up
Centurion.
it to like 5 pallets per.
Alright, here we
like,
are.
crate
We're up to the
straight out of
last
MPF,
battle.
Just because like, I don't know, it seems like
Oh, we
kind
could
of a
actually.
waste transporting, like,
Can we
say,
dip down
300
there? We could
BMATs
dip
worth
down
of
there.
item
We could
in
get
a
an extra
flatbed slot
battle in.
compared to like a shipping container able to hold like a lot of shit.
Let's do this though. Well, this doesn't seem too
It just
bad.
seems a bit like weird how like your flatbed can be
Tank,
holding between like 100
rogue,
BMATs worth
paladin's
of
good.
items, or like fucking a couple thousand worth of items.
Alright,
in
let's
it.
kind of stick together a bit. Well, actually, I think we
I
can.
guess you
Yeah,
already
we can
get,
walk
like, a
here.
lot of
I don't know about if we can walk
sandbags
over
on
those
one
though.
pallet
Anyway,
and such.
hop on in, everyone. McMuffin's
compared to,
already
like,
in
what
here.
It was back in the day of just making them with BMATs and such.
Yeah, but apparently, the Warden clan or whatever clan, 82DK. Apparently, they do that ammo thing of uncrate and everything and carry it.
Really?
Apparently so.
I mean, I think it really depends on the distance you're traveling to like make it worth it, because like now the pull times are added onto the transportation time, and so
Or at least the people I
mean,
play with in my clan.
if it really is worth like making that journey instead of like doing it like, I don't know, what's the crate size for like 7.62? I think that's like 40.
Yeah, I think it's rounds of 40, and then for the rifles, it's rounds of, or it's 20.
Yeah, so I mean, so we're working from the nearest factory. Let's say, how long of a drive would that be? Like about like 5 minutes. Let's say from like the nearest frontline factory to frontline base.
I'm not even, like, if we're going with a frontline factory to a frontline base, like, let's say Deadlands, fucking minute drive.
Yeah. So, yeah, at that point, I don't think it's worth the pull times. If you're transporting this from, say, the back lines, I mean, you shouldn't really be, like, I know there is a MPF queue for, like, small arms, and it really, like, I guess people do use it because it's there. I mean, at most, I think that should be used to make gas station, not like the machine guns, because those cost RMATs. But you gotta put something in there. General weapons are just so cheap that I'm not even sure it's really worth transporting them so far, instead of like, say, MPFing like RPG shells and such, and like sending.
I always
crates
did
of those
backline from the
for-
moors to the holy city, so that makes sense.
I don't know.
Good Venusaur. The holy city.
Logistics is complicated in this game, which I gotta say I enjoy the like complexity and try and min-max all this shit.
Well, the one thing, to factor into that, of bringing it uncrated versus crated, that'll be interesting, is when trains are added.
Oh yeah.
Because I have a
Like, I really-
hunch...
You go on. You go on.
I have a hunch that how it's gonna work is just the train cars are just flatbeds tied together, and then you just put crates on top of them.
Oh yeah.
And then you unload them at the other end. I think that's all the trains is gonna be.
Oh yeah, and like the reason it's taking so long is it's gonna require an enormous map update to accommodate them.
Well, I feel like the main issue is just having to rework the map to fit trains into the world.
Yeah.
There's so
yeah,
many
no,
tight areas, especially with the bulwark. They'd have to try and balance a system where it doesn't completely fuck up the wall's purpose.
Yeah. Yeah, no.
Also, if they want to have bridges for trains or not, which if they don't put bridges for trains, then it would mainly be tied to landlocked areas, which isn't too bad. But, some great cataclysm hit this continent and caused rivers to be everywhere.
Yeah.
I'm still so pissed off about this map as someone who did so much geography and fucking did tons of classes for it all through high school and so on. This fucking world does not make any sense.
Yeah. It's great, isn't it?
It just pisses me off because I look at all these rivers and I'm like, this doesn't make sense.
It does not whatsoever. man, I still gotta
Hey, I
calculate
can
and see
rinse
if
this
it's
other flatbed if
possible
you want
to
to take
like
that full one back.
use a shipping container to make
I
a
have an
PF
Atlas.
order of 40 mil.
You can take it if you
So that's
want.
gonna be a thing though. It's gonna be making
alright,
like 40
thank
mil
you.
so much easier to do. But the only issue is the crate size for like EMATs is 20. So I don't know if like the increased capacity actually will allow you to like, cause like you can't fit like all the EMATs and like BMATs necessary inside of the R1 hauler, so you have to like do some funky shit where you make a partial order and then cancel it when you come back with more stuff. And like, like do it really quickly.
I think they just, I don't know. Because the thing is, like, I know EMAT production is supposed to be balanced so grenades aren't spammed nearly as much. Same time, though, it's like, fuck, it takes so long to get anything.
Yeah. Like EMATs are supposed to be like a limiting factor on like the big guns.
I think simply if they gave the option where you could also use sulfur and convert that into normal EMATs.
I'll say it like would it be 1-to-1, I don't know, like 1-to-2 maybe even?
Maybe 2 sulfur to 1 EMAT.
Yeah.
And it can take half the time of a normal EMAT, but uses sulfur.
Yeah, I could see that as just that could be a pretty simple option too in the queue. Just be like, 2-to-1 ratio for EMATs, sulfur,
Because the thing is, sulfur already is very scarce, so it's not like it would overly affect the early game. It would just, affect mid to late game, which is where we get 40 mil and fucking ATRPGs anyway.
Yeah. Since we have to mine sulfur with sledgehammers and like mines, Yeah, I mean, like they're kind of designed to be as rare as RMATs, but without the demand.
Yeah, because like the only things that use heavy EMATs is, what, 140, 300? I think, no, satchels are just fucking EMATs, isn't it?
No, satchels are,
Are they heavy EMATs?
yeah, they are.
I couldn't remember.
Yeah, they are.
So there's
like
what,
it.
3, 4 thins on the Colonial Workshop that uses heavy EMATs?
I think my last count was 5. It's 150, 300, satchels, 250, 300?
Yeah, even
that was
then,
my
all
last
that
count.
is like late game shit.
Yeah, like all of it. Like Wardens have like early 250, but like that's about it. Yeah, like sulfur is, I don't know, it's weird in terms of like.
Well, it's like,
Yeah,
here's
it's-
sulfur, here's this explosive material. Also, it's only used for these 3 thins.
Yeah, like 250 is not used too often. Like, I mean, I have seen it used, but it's usually like a lot more coordination required because you actually have to get the vehicle up close.
Oh yeah, that's the thing. The only thing that uses 250 for us is the vehicle, which sometimes there's a good chance it's not even tech, depending on what's going up against.
I don't know. I think I mostly see that as an auto tech on like along with like Faustino's or like it's up there. It's up there. in the
There's been
trade,
a
so it's
couple
pretty
times
late
where
game.
Ballista has been not teched because it's against something else.
Yeah. Even though I don't know, it's a situational building destruction tool. Like, I mean, it does kill buildings pretty well.
Well, it's our main thing to take out buildings.
Yeah, but it seems most times we just rely on 40 mil once we get like Spartos or Faushinos.
Yeah, because that's the thing is, because of how we can MPF the tanks, it is just way cheaper to use like 5 Spathas than like 3 Ballistas.
Yeah, no, because like ballistas can't defend themselves. Like their cannon I believe does like a decent amount of damage to tanks, but its short range is like it's not hitting them. it has to somehow sneak up on them with its slow ass speed in order to hit an enemy tank. So like it's much better just to use a multi-purpose tank like the Sparta or Frauschino that can like defend itself and like actually like has cheap, quote unquote cheap enough ammo to like take out some other defenses along the way like pillboxes and such.
Well, the thing is as well
Ballista,
with the ballista, the
you're not
speed.
burning.
To try and maneuver that ballista, if you're spotted by anything, you're dead.
Yeah. I mean, like, I don't know. I can't wait for them to add the Scorpion's back seats to it, like the little 2 infantry seats. I feel like that would help it out a lot to have at least like built-in infantry cover, infantry transportation.
I would
like the-
love to see more like infantry being able to actually interact with tanks.
Yeah. Like right now, the main thing infantry can do is help you repair.
Yeah. Like, one thing I really want that, you know, Shermans and a lot of fucking British tanks has was just a machine gun mounted to the turret that an infantryman would climb on the back of the tank and use it.
Oh yeah. Yeah, no, like I'm kind of surprised we don't like. I mean, the closest thing we have to that is like the commander's seat on the Bardiche having a gun now.
Yeah, but even then, that's a part of the tank. It's like infantry is completely left out of it.
Yeah.
I also want, like, every tank should be able to have people ride on the back.
I don't know. I feel like the only reason they did that for like the Scorpion is because like they were kind of that's what they were going for is a infantry support tank, like a tank meant to interact with infantry more in terms of like a design thing, and the fact that it has a fixed turn, it can't like rotate, so there's no like interference of like say it clipping through infantry on your back end because you have to rotate to like shoot a tank behind you or something.
Well, I don't think the
no
infantry on the
options like
back
that.
can shoot.
No, they can.
Can they?
have-
I thought they
can
were
use
just
their
stuck
pistol.
in there. Oh,
No,
it's
infantry on
moved
the-
to secondary, okay.
Yeah, you can use the pitch gun, but it's. I didn't realize that like whenever you use the pitch gun on the back of a vehicle or whatever like that, or like in the passenger seat of any vehicle that you can use your secondary, it has a reduced firing arc compared to like a single-handed secondary.
No, makes sense.
Yeah, because like with the pistol, you can like kind of hold it over your shoulder or like kind of like shoot behind you a little bit. You can't like shoot actually behind you, but you have like the pitch gun has like say 90 degrees shoot in front of you, whereas like the pistols and such can like shoot kind of ish behind you with like I want to say like closer to like 200 degrees of firing angle.
Yeah.
And like on some vehicles, it actually makes the pitch gun just unusable because like their firing arc is already restricted a bit by like where you're positioned on the vehicle and which way you're facing. That like you kind of have to use the pistol to like get any sort of like firing angles. It's weird how many of the vehicles you'll have like a really weirdly positioned seat where like you're mostly just kind of looking into a bullet shield, but like with a pistol you could kind of like shoot like around the bullet shield, but with the pitch gun you can only shoot into the bullet shield whoever in front of you.
Yeah.
I think the oh yeah, the new half track has this issue because if you like ever seen like how you're like sitting in the back of the half track, you're like staring at like the guys in front, like you're
Yeah,
like
across from you.
people. So like you can kind of shoot out the back of the half track a little bit, like you have like maybe like 15 degrees, maybe even just 10. They're able to like shoot kind of out the back. Or else with a pistol, you can shoot like all the way out of the back, and like it kind of like just like how much farther you can shoot with the pistol in terms of like firing arc. It was like really funny to me because it showed that like if you're gonna have any infantry in the back, them having pistols is gonna be like 20 times better than them having pitch guns. just because like they'd actually be able to cover your ass and like a little bit to your left and right. Oh, and everyone's always saying how like OP the pistol is. I can't wait until we have like a group of like 4 vets in the back of a half track, all like they just roll up on some infantry and just like fucking like hose them down with pistols from the back.
If you want to set that down for a second, I'll load mine up.
I don't know, I can't wait till people start doing drive-bys with the half track, not even having like a gun mounted on top of it, on the like tripod. Instead, just like have 4 guys with pistols in the back seat.
Hmm.
Oh yeah, I think if I remember right, the what is it called? Our LTD, what's that called?
Oh, the light tank destroyer.
Yeah,
Pelsky.
like that has, yeah, the Pelsey. Yeah, that one has a commander seat, and like you're kind of like facing like into the tank from like the left, or like I don't know, you're facing to like the right of the tank if I remember right, or I don't know.
Holy
All I
shit.
know is like when the commander has a pistol, like you can
You
like
just got
you can,
all
like,
the
shoot
tech
behind
luck.
the tank.
Balloon found all war, and I'm finding it by the buttload.
It happened to me earlier today. This field nearly gave me...
Dude, more.
I had personally over 70 aluminum, but the field produced almost 300.
I think that's probably 30 for me now in this field since I started this.
Oh, let me see how much I have in my truck. I think I'm up to 50. Yeah, I have 52 right now, so this field is the mother load.
Is that what you're putting in your truck?
Oh, it doesn't matter as long as it gets to the refinery. Refinery and then given to a tech master to bring it over, or a tech runner to bring it to the masters. Did you see what happened?
I've never seen that many nodes spawn off each other.
Yeah, that was
Like,
insane.
like double.
He got double big nodes, and both of them split into fucking smaller nodes.
Oh damn. Yeah.
I've only seen that happen once, one other time.
Yeah.
I hope they're not doing the fucking horde strat again.
That's even like if the like catch-up mechanics is there.
That's the thing, I don't know if it is or not. I feel like catch-up is probably enabled, but at the same time they may have disabled it when they reduced all the prices.
Yeah. Like, I'm not gonna lie, I kinda like that they reduced the prices and such to like make, and like I don't know, like
I think they overdid it.
maybe a tad bit. I don't know, like I do kind of like the idea of just like less T-mats overall being needed. It makes it a bit easier on tech runners because now like they have to pull less of them.
Well, also, because before as a tech runner, you would bring like an entire truck full of tech, and you would be lucky late game if it did like 3 kits.
Yeah. Yeah, so now like say like running with like the Argonaut and like other like lower capacity vehicles but faster or whatever is like more viable. Because like honestly I always kind of wanted to tech run an Argonaut. but you always kind of need a hauler for the pure hauling capacity because of the amount of T-mats you have to grab.
Oh, I just pick and choose. I did it quite often with an Argonaut, but I would do hexes that were close to the quartermaster first, and then for longer trips, I went and got a hauler, and then planned to hit like several places.
Oh no. I think I tried to do it with a motorcycle once, as like a joke. Like, 2 slots, like 200 T-mats, here you go, and like hold like the unrefined stuff in my inventory as much as I could.
God, I remember back during the Winter War update when I was the tech master for a while, and people would show up on motorbikes to drop off tech. Back then I was like, oh, good tech runners. Nowadays I'm like, why the fuck are you using a motorcycle?
Yeah.
No, I think Odyssey or Argonaut are like the best tech runner vehicles. The Odyssey because it gives them protection in case they get intercepted. Oh, Merceria just
I always
placed an
liked
Epic
Odyssey.
Centurion.
It seems to always
Nice.
be kind of like the forgotten child of them. I don't know, like I don't see people use that one as much. Even though I kind of like the commander hatch aspect of it, which is neat.
It's usually whatever it's up against.
Yeah. Like, everyone loves the Argonaut because it's like the fastest. I don't know by like how much, you know, compared to like the
Yeah.
Odyssey. But
As far as I know, Argonaut is the fastest vehicle, and the reason people prefer it over the Odyssey is because it has the 4-seater capacity, and it has, I think, more inventory slots than the Odyssey.
no, they have the same.
Do they have the same?
Yeah, they have the same.
But both of them have radios. I prefer the Odyssey just for that extra armor.
Oh yeah. The commander seat's neat too. I gotta say, like I don't know, the Argonaut kind of has the same thing in terms because like the passengers can use their secondaries.
Did you know you can shoot the driver as a passenger?
Oh yeah, yeah. I think, yeah, you can. Yeah, there's like no shit on that. Your firing arc is firing arc.
I think it was War 23 or War 22 on Shard 2. Me, Rambo, Dark. I can't remember if it was a 4th person or not. But we went and did some tech running near the EC in an Argonaut. I said, I wonder if I can shoot you. I was sitting in the back right seat. I fucking shot Rambo and killed him as he was driving us.
Yeah. Nice.
Why does that almost look out of place? And it's not. Well, from that haul I got 52 aluminum.
Nice. I think I stole a couple from the other guy who placed it in his container. So I got 52.
Oh shit, I turned the wrong way.
As long as the T-mats get there, right?
Yep, all that matters. Just remember to submit them unrefined.
Oh yeah, I know. Get off my road.
Oh yeah, also field's empty.
Oh, good. Let's see. Okay, we've got one up north, but that's at 50 something, so that's low. That one's empty. Yeah, there's only 3 fields on this X, damn, I just realized.
Yeah. And a while ago I was going to all the mines and refilling all the tankers and such.
Okay. Oh, it's a sulfur field we could hit. Yeah.
Yeah, the sulfur mine up by Violet Home, it had 0 fuel in its tanker and everything. And you see the hospital up there?
Yeah.
I just happened, like, I parked my hauler next to it when I took the tanker and brought it down, and as I went through, I'm like, oh, I wonder what's in the fucking hospital. I look and there's like fucking 600 sulfur. Someone had taken it all from the mine and hid it in there so they could have a stockpile.
Oh my god. The one place no one would ever find it.
Except me,
Awesome.
because I looked. I took it all.
Oh shit, that reminds me. I remember I helped kill some partisans in Fremore, and one of them became critically wounded. So I grabbed him and ran all the way from Fremore to Blemish and put him in the hospital.
Nice. Also, good news. There's over 1,000 basic materials in public. It's going down, but we're at least making a slight difference.
Oh, you're making it in public?
All my shit I'm throwing into public.
Yeah, I'm making some private VMATs and EMATs, I guess, right now.
Mainly
Those places
because
that- yeah.
I've burned through like over 10,000 private BMATs already.
I'll just create mine and put them in the fast public. Oh yeah, make sure you put the code in for fast public, like, because I mean, there's actually sometimes some stuff in there. Someone uses it at one point. Man, this place still has hundreds of Argentina rifles and rifle ammo from like the starting.
Yeah, it's weird. Great March is in this weird position where it's like a decent Logi hub, but at the same time it always feels like no one takes from the thin.
Yeah, people really love frontline factories. Like people just absolutely love those things. But they forget that like backlight people produce shit too with the MPFs. Like because the MPF has like 4 queues that no one uses. Someone sometimes uses them, and like you'll see in the storage depot just piles of like fucking crates of sandbags and barbed wire. And it's like I don't know, dude. You'll see like 50 plus fucking crates of barbed wire, and it's so like, holy shit. Cause like, it's so dirt cheap to like mass produce, even like. And most people just, but because it's so cheap, it's not worth transporting. So people just hammer it out at a construction yard, like near. And construction yards are actually placed decently close to front lines most times. Like construction yard is like one of the Logi buildings they don't care about, and they place wherever they want. Unlike like garages and factories, construction yards are like everywhere. Like everyone was complaining about, oh my god, barbed wire and sandbags are gonna be so hard to get now. And it's like, guys, any place with construction yard, get 100 BMATs, boom, you have a fuck ton of like sandbags and barbed wire or like tank traps now. Like if anything, they made it easier to acquire.
Yeah, pretty much. Alright, let's see. What field are we looking at? That's one we just stripped. That one's empty. Up one north.
Like it feels neat, like transporting a crate of the stuff to a front line, but I don't think I've ever felt like good about it in terms of like putting a crate of barbed wire in a storage depot. Cause I don't know, like no one really uses the stuff because it costs G-subs to maintain.
I was gonna say, it's the monkey's paw. Fucking no one. No one uses barbed wire or fucking sandbags as much as people think they do.
Dude, yeah, like, even though it's so dirt cheap, its real cost is the amount of G-subs this fucker will consume. Like, ain't no one, like, there's a reason people make bunker supplies instead of G-subs, dude. They're like, Shit, some fucker put like 50 things of barbed wire on my base. Fuck you, I'm only supplying this place with bunker supplies now. And then it just all decays.
Well, the one thing that super sucks is if you leave, like, if you burn up a pallet of barbed wire or sandbags to use, whenever you get off and you leave it there and you don't use everything, you'll come back to barbed wire and sandbags everywhere.
Yeah, like when you like place a pallet
Oh,
down,
the battle
people
is
will use it,
ready.
but, like, if it's
And we
sitting
got
in the storage
23
depot, no one
units.
uses it. But
Let's
man,
swap
when
on
they
over
use
for
it,
that.
fuck, dude, they're like, oh cool, I can make cover here, or like
Oh
they'll
my,
have
we
like
got a
their
good
own
spread
like
of everyone around here.
you'll have like 3 or 4 different
Everyone's
people
gone
that have
south,
their
so
own
let's
idea on
toss
how
a
to
haste
fortify
down
their
there to
town,
speed them up
on how
while
to
we
fortify
hang
the
out up
town
here.
they're in or wherever the fuck they are, and all their ideas are bad. But you know, like, man, they all
Alright,
sure do
everyone's
try.
moving up. We're getting in there to engage. Nice, they've swarmed the commander. Commander's going down. Oh, he took a
Man,
lot
like,
of them
and
down.
another thing is, it's just
Goddamn.
like
But we
they're
did it.
only really effective in small amounts because like they're so easy to destroy because
Hey,
they can be like
Fabiger
run
again.
over. I think by like, I think trucks.
There we
even
go, and that's
can
that
run
boss
over.
defeated. Now we're into the Winter
Yeah, I'm
Wonderland.
pretty sure like R1 haulers.
But that's gonna be where
just,
we
like, run
end
over, like,
Stream
sandbags
Raiders
and
for
shit.
now. We'll keep the main stream going for a
Uh,
bit, but that's it
so, like,
for Stream Raiders for tonight.
You kind
So
of
thank you
have
to
to have,
everyone
like,
who
tank traps
participated in
conjunction
Stream
with them.
Raiders. That was good.
It's
But back to Foxhole.
they're neat, and it's really the decay and GSEP cost of them that really hurts them hard, because no one wants to supply the GSEPs for them. For some like mediocre defenses, you know, like, oh, this AT turret that like protects my base from tanks, 1 GSEP an hour. This shitty sandbag wall that is gonna tip over if a truck sneezes on it, 1 GSEP an hour. Like, no one looks at that and says, yeah, that's worth it. That's worth the GSEPs.
Well, I think the worst has to be, you know, before you have large garrison where everything costs 3 G-subs an hour. Because that's what crippled our Westgate base back in the update war. Is because people were just spamming barbed wire and sandbags everywhere. Our fucking garrison costs skyrocketed to 380 G-subs per hour.
Yeah. Yeah, now, like, in order for like sandbags and such to kind of like barbed wire to be effective, you have to have kind of a large amount of it to cover all the area. Elsewise, it's not really preventing anyone from entering, you know, or you know, like they can just walk around it. So you have to like cover every little bit you need, you know, and such. But you know that makes the GSUP cost fucking skyrocket. So it's like you know, you're usually getting a mediocre benefit out of these items. Like, I think tank traps might have like the best argument in terms of like they kind of prevent tanks from like potentially like getting into areas you don't want. But I don't know. You can kind of spread those out enough that your G-steps won't be hit horribly hard. Because like tanks are already kind of limited on their mobility in terms of like what terrain they can like drive over and such, so you're able to like use more natural choke points with tank traps. And like you're able to like block off, like say when you're fighting in the bulwark, you could like block off like the little entrances, or like when you're in like a town, like what is it, Deadlands, you have like mountains and such on one side kind of blocking off. You can just kind of block off the roads. Tank traps can at least be you know, used in conjunction with the environment a lot better than like barbed wire can, simply because infantry have a lot more.
Oh, did this place get AI? Oh no, it's because it's in town
like,
range.
avenues
That's
to enter
right.
places. You know, like infantry can walk through buildings and such.
Well, if it has
So now you kinda have to
AI,
corner off buildings.
let's vote
from,
for
like,
observation.
enemies. Oh yeah, where are you scrapping now?
I just went to the scrap mine north of town that also has the comp mine. There are 2 people sitting here gonna camp the comp mine.
Nice.
There's a lieutenant colonel in an Atlas hauler sitting here collecting it as soon as it spits out, and then also a major just showed up in an R1.
Impressive.
Dude, just spawn more wreckages, please. I need my wreckages.
Man, I'm glad for wreckage. I gotta say, like, screw Relic Wars. I like having access to flatbeds. My god.
Well, I don't know if maybe they just disabled them after the first day. I swear to God, I've not seen one since the first few hours of the first day.
Yeah. Yeah, no. Once word got out that the comp mines were like shit now, I think clans started hunting them down too for fucking comps. Because comps now become rare enough where it's actually worth it to give wreckage a try.
Well, the fact also that they give flat R mats now, that
Yeah.
immediately made them 7 times more valuable.
Yeah. Immediate too. It's not like you don't have to wait for it to refine, which small amount it gave you. It didn't take long to refine, but I was still like you still have to wait a little bit.
Now, the only thing with them is you can't crate them and put them in a private stockpile, which is probably good for the long run.
Yeah, most definitely.
Clans probably still hid them in, like, their base's truck that's squad locked at the back of their base, surrounded by, like, 30 walls.
Yeah. Yeah, of course. But it's something. And that freighter in the middle of the ocean. Yeah. Stuff like that. And I gotta say, it is impressive to me the lengths people will go to try to claim something as theirs in a game with mechanics specifically to prevent that.
Are you talking about the armored car fiasco?
Not that quite, but in general, just, you know, like this is such a, like, you know, this is a team effort game. Every resource is public. True communist. You know, like a lot of the mechanics in the game, you can tell the devs really tried hard to, like, make a good blend between, like, you know, like private resource gathering to, like, you know, public consumption and such, you know, like the devs really tried to strike a balance between having people be able to, like, come back to something they quote unquote own and still having it so, like, everything eventually ends up in the hands of everyone. Like how armored, like how any weaponized vehicle can't be stored in a private reserve stockpile. You know, that tells you, like, hey, the devs specifically want tanks to be public use. You know.
Sadly, there is a workaround that is even worse.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Oh yeah, the crates.
the crates, which just incentivizes hoarding more.
Yeah, I think, you know, they had to do that because they had to make it so it's easy for, like, someone to mass transport them, you know, without them being, like, taken out by their people potentially.
Well, I just mean the fact that crates of them can be privately reserved, but singles can't.
Yeah, I think that was done as a way to, like, you know, still, like, logistically transport them. You know,
I think
like,
the
in mass
best
amount.
approach for that would be to make it where crates can't be, you know, privately reserved, and just make it so with single vehicles you can only reserve 5.
Oh yeah, like put a limit on how many private stockpile can hold.
Yeah, of course, you know, the counter to that would be people make like 30 different reserve, or at least they have each member make 5 separate things, but if they're gonna go that length, they're gonna find a way no matter what.
Yeah, it was just kind of how it worked.
The most you're trying to do is cut down the amount it happens.
Yeah. I have seen like complaints in the past, like like people accusing clans not use.
Well, I mean, you saw that video I posted a while back, the fiasco that was a leak was like Hitler, where he's screaming about, you know, private stockpiles and everything.
I don't think so. I thought when you were talking about armored car fiasco, I thought you were talking about that thing with the component field.
Oh no, the armored car I'm talking about just happened like 20 minutes ago.
Oh shit, really?
Yeah, I don't know, some dude came on, took an armored car or something, the people got mad at him, and there was a huge argument because they looked at his stats, and the only thing he's done since he joined the war is kill friendlies. The only stat he has is friendly fire damage. So people are like, we don't really believe that you're not an alt. His excuse was, this is the first time I've been on since I came from Shard 2.
Sure, buddy, sure, okay.
But then people are using that as evidence for why Shard 2 sucks.
Dude, that... Oh my god, like... How do you do nothing but shoot friendly? Like, what are you do? Like, what? Like, what? Does he like log on, see his longtime friend, be like, "Oh, let's get into a team fight," or whatever, like shoot each other, and then immediately goes to steal another friendly's armored car? Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I don't know. I like how there's all these trucks just placed all over the place, and I'm stuck. There we go.
Pretty random locations too. Do these have anything? Like, or
No,
are people
that
just
one's
trying to reserve
empty.
Trucks?
I think
Nothing.
it's, they've put it out of the way, like, oh, this is my truck, instead of just making a reserve stockpile.
Yeah, no, like I remember in Deadlands, I used to have a stockpile called My Car. I even made it publicly viewable so people could see my car. And you know, like, fuck, dude. Like, that's all you have to do.
It could be that people don't know how to do stockpile reserves. I didn't for the longest time, but then I never stockpiled stuff. I just make it on demand.
Oh, yeah.
Like, I'd pull stuff from the stockpile. I'd put stuff in, but I didn't know about reserve stockpiles.
Oh, yeah. I think I watched, like, a fuck ton of tutorial videos on Foxhole before I even bought the game.
Yeah, that's the one thing. I remember seeing, it was a Reddit post, because he had a video attached. Him and his like friend or two went to, I think it was a comp field or something last war. Anyway, they went there, and there was a clan there, and there was like 5 of these clan members, and they were all kind of scrapping together for a bit. And then suddenly the clan members just murder all 3 of them.
Oh, damn.
The clan's excuse was, yeah, we didn't think you would have known, because I guess they were all low ranks, how flatbeds or getting comps worked, so we figured you were alts.
Yeah, shit, I think that was the fiasco I heard about. I think I heard that, like, they had an armored car at the comp field, and that's what they used to team kill them.
No,
That's
it was
why.
just a infantry with dusks.
Oh, okay. Oh, he's gotta stay strapped while scrapping.
No, it was the funniest shit as well, because then also on the Reddit post, the entire clan showed up to try and, like, silence them. It's like, we talked to you about this in DMs, take down the post.
Yeah.
Because it really doesn't
yeah.
look good when you just see a clan execute 3 random players.
Oh yeah, I think I remember hearing the drama about that. Like they were like, "Oh, we explained this was just simple mistake." Like, bro, this is kind of the thing that's supposed to point out is like, why does this even happen? Like this was like
Let's
way
see.
beyond a simple mistake. Like this was like kind of deep rooted in some of this like veterans being so mistrusting of anyone.
Hey, the
Like-
north field still hasn't been stripped. It's still sitting on 59.
Oh shit, really?
Yeah,
Okay.
I looked at it. I'm like, okay, someone's gonna go over there. I guess no one did.
Yeah. Okay. Shit. Okay. Oh, Solemn Trade. What's he? He's not in the squad. See him in chat.
He's also not in the Reggie.
Oh, I'm not in the Reggie.
What? Yeah, you are.
Hit F1, boy.
Bert, you have the tag next to your name.
Hit F1.
How the fuck do you have the tag but are not in the Reggie? I can't even invite you because it considers you in the Reggie.
I'm in Lucas's logistical corpse.
I fucking hate you.
I did it as a joke when I joined Shard 1. Whatever, because like you didn't have control of the clan yet. So I was like, oh shit, guess I gotta make my own LLC. Someone, I think from like Shard, I think I remember like I passed by a tech master and like, hey, how's the LLC doing? Whatever, because he recognized the tag. Because I think he said he worked with like Shard 2 a bit in terms of like getting some of us transferred over and like tech shit. It was funny.
Was his name by any chance like Sheshin or something like that?
Yeah, it was an S or something.
Yeah,
Something,
okay,
yeah.
I know him. He was our liaison basically with the Shard 1 tech people, so we knew him very well.
Yeah, yeah, he was asking me how LLC was doing. I just thought it was funny. Like shit. I mean, it is the exact same clan tag, but
I'm gonna have to
yeah.
sue you now.
yeah.
Like going.
Oh shit, Solum.
So I made the first of, well, technically both the resource bases, although, yeah, I gotta get my G-subs again.
Oh boy, I hope you're ready for just G-sub queues to be filled constantly.
Oh, don't worry. Solum loves to hit every factory on the map for those.
Yeah, people are gonna be calling him an alt, like, he's filling up all the queues.
This man's making too many G-subs.
No, apparently that was actually a thing alts would do, back when shirts and G-subs shared the same tab. They just go and request a shit ton of G-subs, fill up every factory. No factories could make shirts.
I mean, I could just do the same thing with medical supplies.
Yeah, but at least then G-subs doesn't take 40 minutes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Holy shit, we might
yeah.
want to bring a flatbed up here.
There might
And,
still be one in public.
Been hitting out which HBL. Sadly, I can't talk much because my bro is going to bed, and I'm going to as well as soon as I get my G-subs.
Betty by time. Lucas,
Yep.
did you put our flatbed
The
in
healthy
public?
hour of 4 a.m.
This is prime gaming time.
Let me take your truck, loser.
Fuck you.
Let me steal your salvage.
Yeah, did you put our flatbed in public?
No, that was a public flatbed I pulled.
Oh, okay. Because we still have a flatbed in ours.
Yeah, no, don't worry. I took the public one first. I was like, oh shit, a public flatbed? Yeah, I'm taking this.
There's so many abandoned fucking Atlas haulers over here.
Wreckage! Oh my god, wreckage!
Oh, oh.
Can't wait for a major to swerve to hit me and then take my wreckage.
The wreckage I found, as soon as I pulled over to grab it, another major pulled behind me, and as I was mining it, he got out. If I wasn't a lieutenant, I feel like he would have murdered me for it.
Yeah.
Funny enough, that's how I got my flatbed, was the wreckage. That's how desperate people are.
I mean, wreckage is the best way to get flatbeds.
It's how I got LLC its first flatbed this war. I just came across the wreckage and was like, oh shit, 30 RMAS, yes. I remember like Lord said some stuff in the Discord like, oh, we're not gonna have flatbeds for like 3 days at least or something. I was so happy to find like, because like all the big clans would be like camping all the comp mines.
Holy
But
shit, there's
I-
46 aluminum just in this encampment.
Dope.
Why do people do that?
They don't know what to do with it and it takes up an inventory slot.
Yeah, no, I was honestly just ready for us not to have flatbeds, because it's not until like day 3, day 5 you start seeing a lot of flatbeds in like public.
Oh yeah.
And some people still have the gall to leave them out in the middle of nowhere.
Yep. But once it was revealed that wreckage gives you just enough RMATs to almost make a flatbed with just one wreckage, it's like, holy shit.
Yeah.
Because those comp mines are being camped to fuck.
And
It's
they got
totally
nerfed.
not hurting us.
Yeah. And then the mines were nerfed too. It's, oh god.
It's gonna be so bad for concrete.
Oh yeah. Oh man. Shit.
I found a
What?
really int hill. That's probably where I'm gonna get all my components from.
Oh yeah.
See, at least before, when I concreted my own base towards the tail end of last war on Shard 2, I was just using components I found from wreckages.
Nice. Oh shit, now that wreckage doesn't turn the comps, you can't use that for concrete.
No, you can't. So that means that, you know, stuff for RMATs is going to be relegated heavily towards mines or fields.
Yeah.
I don't know why no one's up at this field.
Yeah, someone put it to 59.
I didn't want to come here earlier when the field had respawned, because this is the field where I got jumped by partisans the other day.
Oh really? All the way in Great Marsh? Damn.
Yeah, it was a squad of 5 to 7 wardens popped up. Fucking frag grenades, kitted out to the teeth. They had like 2 fully decked out medics with them.
Alright, I can get out talking.
Okay.
That's fine. Oh shit, public flatbed's still here. Somehow.
Yeah, no, I wonder if maybe no one wants to be up here with flatbeds or anything because there was partisans.
Maybe. I don't know, like, flatbed would be a huge loss, but don't worry, this one's not reservable. I'm fine losing it.
Well, the other reason that makes me think maybe partisans is the amount of abandoned trucks up here.
Oh yeah, the damaged, like, Atlas I saw up there too. I saw one damaged Atlas, so
Yeah.
that worried me a bit too. I was like, why is this damaged up here?
Well, also it's right in front of the rifle garrison. I should go fix that and move it.
Yeah, just maybe. Is there a permanent AI up there? Is there a small garrison?
Yeah, it's working towards a large garrison.
Okay, good. Might have to grab a pistol.
Are you saying you don't always have a pistol on you?
Hey, I like to min-max my weight stats.
Fucking pistol, best gun in the game.
Hey, I specifically only equip my pistol and then like submit that all into the inventory, just so I can minimize weight. Most of when I'm doing Logi, I never have to like shoot people usually. I don't know. I'll carry a pistol if I'm going into like frontline territory or like resupplying an area that I've seen past activity. But in backline regions like this, I'll drop the pistol just so I can save some weight.
Oh, I hear a motorbike.
Partisan.
No, it's some dude in an MP. Then, as soon as I heard the motorbike, I just stood in the bush next to me to go invisible.
He accidentally runs through the bush, killing you.
A roused platypus just showed up.
Oh yeah, he's cool.
He's aroused and he's a
Well-
platypus.
Wreckage was disappointing, all B-mats.
What's the point of life?
Yeah. Non-reservable too.
Shit. No fuel. We'll need to burn a little bit of fuel up as well, because this Atlas is bone dry.
Okay, I'll grab a can or two from the refinery. That's one thing there's always plenty of, public diesel.
Oh, Faith's on as well.
Whoa.
It's all our
Got
nighttime
HM
boys.
juices Yet.
What the fuck? Do you see that Top Gun fucking question? Alright, so the guy says, he's fucking saying, would you rather be caught cheating on your partner at your wedding location or beaten off at a funeral?
Oh my god, well, huh.
Well, I think
Gotta
the
say,
second
that's
one is
difficult, would you
technically...
rather?
The second one's definitely a crime.
Yeah, public indecency.
Public indecency and also probably necrophilia, depending when you're doing it.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Can you do both, or do I have to pick?
Muckus. Yes, Venusaur. God, you can tell they were once wardens.
Yeah.
It's so funny. So, Nutton, he's the newest member of the regiment. We recruited him the other day. He's formerly someone that's only played wardens, and this is his first time being colonial, and he's like, do you guys just not say come in chat? I'm like, rarely. I'm like, if you say come in chat, everyone's gonna scream you're a warden. And he's like, no. I'm like, do it. So he just says, man, I could use some cum in chat. And just immediately 7 different people started screaming he's a warden.
Yeah, no.
He's like, wow, you were right. I'm like, yeah, I know.
Every time. It.
No, it's kind of weird. Like, playing enough colonial, you know when someone is kind of weird.
Yeah. Like for example, when the Logi list contains a request for snipers, instant red flag.
I saw earlier it fucking confused me because people are like, we need RPGs at this front. I'm like, fucking RPGs. I'm like, what do they need RPGs for? Do we even have the Icarus yet? So they must have had some protos up there or something.
Oh yeah. Dude, people, like, the war literally starts and they're like, guys, we need Spartas over here.
Yeah, I saw them. No, it's like, I love it. It's like day one of the war, and it's like, Sledgy's when? It's like, oh, this must be your second war.
Yeah.
It's so funny, because when people ask me, it's like, yo, when are Sledgies gonna pop up? What's your estimate for Sledgies? I'm just always constantly like, day 5 or day 6. Sometimes day 4 of the war, but it's usually around day 5.
Yeah. And with the current tech rates, maybe day 7 or 8. Like, I don't...
I feel like the QMs may be hoarding.
Maybe. But I don't know, seeing the tech rates, I can understand that the tech's just slow right now.
Man, that's the other thing, is when frontline players just talk about like, man, this tech is so slow, why aren't they tech and stuff? And it's like, dude, come back here and scrap if you want fucking tech.
Yeah. Like, my god, dude. Like, you can't complain about logistics when you don't do any of it, like, jeez.
I have spent since day 1 mostly scrapping for tech.
Oh, yeah.
As soon as we get sledgehammers, that's when I stop, because then that's when the tech gets flowing.
Yeah.
Wow, already in the Atlas Hauler, thanks to what was in the encampment, we're up to like 54 aluminum.
Oh, jeez.
I'm not sure if it's better to leave it in the refinery, because I don't know if other people are taking it, or if it would be better off for us to crate it and then ship it over to the QMs ourselves.
Yeah, I'm never sure about it. Like, I do know the tech disappears. I don't know where. Tech runner grabbed it. I don't know if some private grabbed it, not understanding where it went, or if like some clans hoarding it themselves, separate from the QMs. Never know.
Yeah, like ever
Just got
since
this.
last war or 2 wars ago, I got like semi-paranoid, and I'm like, man, I just gotta keep it in my personal queue and then just personally deliver it.
Yeah.
Because when I was doing QM and I would just start seeing inconsistencies, it would be like a refinery has like 200 aluminum, I send a runner, and then they get there and they say it's gone, and it just never turns up.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that, like, I know everyone's all like, hey, just leave it in the refinery. And I mean, like, tech runners are usually good about, like, hey, where does tech go? And they check logs, you know, and, you know, like I know in the tech runner chat, like, I've seen a lot of people's, like, checking logs, like, hey, where does tech go? Where did it go? You know, but, like, once it's gone, we can't really do anything about it. The best thing we could do is, like, talk to them, because we're not trying to pull some, like, you know, authoritarian crap, you know, where we're like, all tech is ours, because, you know, we understand it's a video game. It's still like, shit, dude, that's kind of like the fun generator around here, the tech, you know.
Well, it's like, well, especially because last war on Shard 2, I was the QM a lot towards the end there, but I was basically like the midnight to like 7 in the morning shift. I would go tech run for myself because I had no tech runners on. So because it was only like me and 3 other people in the Hex anyway, I'd just take an Argonaut and go pick up the tech myself. Like, I found when I did that, just immediately I would be getting crates upon crates going into the stockpile. I would usually get easily hundreds of crates per night.
Jeez.
But during the day, it's like barely any crates, maybe 50, 70 at most going in. So that's when I realized, okay, some shit's up.
Yeah, no,
And then
Like,
to further help that wasn't, or to further that, it wasn't helped when we discovered HBL was doing their own private stockpiles of tech, and they were taking any tech they found in public and shoving it in their stockpiles.
jeez.
And they weren't using it, they were just hoarding it. And then the tech masters and us, we had to argue with them to finally get them to release it to us so we could actually use it.
Yeah.
By the time they released it, it was like 3 entire shipping containers worth of tech.
Jeez.
But yeah, once I saw that, I'm like, there is no way I can just leave tech in a refinery now and trust it makes its way to the tech master.
Yeah, no, it's like it's in public. Anyone can grab it. And then Wardens also had that huge fiasco with like that one clan that like had
Yeah.
a fuck ton.
They had like 7,000 tech mats hidden in a container in the woods.
Yeah, like in the most insecure place they could find, basically. Like,
But I remember
anyone
it
could
was
stumble
super sus, because wasn't it... What was that? I don't know. It was like a streamer was led there.
yeah, no, it was like I remember like that one really popular streamer started playing Foxhole, and like there was a huge pop jump for a bit.
Yeah, whatever the
like,
fuck his name was.
Yeah, I know he was big for a while. I think I remember he played on Shard 2 for a little bit, but then he switched to like Shard 1.
Yeah, he started on Shard 2, but then so many people from Shard 1 went to Shard 2 to specifically fuck with him, because there's no consequences to switching your faction. So people just hopped on to either the Colonial side or Warden side from Shard 1 to Shard 2 to just stream snipe him. So then he
Yeah.
moved to Shard 1. I can't remember his fucking name. I was just talking about him earlier this week as well to fucking Brig and Beyblades. The fuck was his name?
Alex aroused. Platypus.
I don't think he's streamed the game since then.
Yeah, I don't remember hearing much about him beyond that. I think, oh, if I had commands, you boys would have them. Well, get scrapping then, boy.
Get the commands, give the commands. This is the command Logi circle jerk. How many commands do I have? I still have 74 commands. I've been handing them out like candy, but I'm getting quite a few as well.
I got 71. I've been handing out a decent amount. Not quite like candy. I don't know. I'm a bit more choice of my commands.
I only do it when a person fills their truck, and then they stick around to fill other trucks and crates.
Yeah.
When I'm like, okay, you're a team player, I'm like, you get 3 commands.
Yeah.
Alright, crate's full.
Yeah. I've been kind of stuck in the OCD whatever.
Oh yeah,
I guess,
officer
but,
cadet.
This is like once I hit OCDT, I kind of stopped doing activities that netted me commends. So like, I don't even really see it as that like hell that everyone has.
Yeah, that's the exact same thing I noticed. Officer cadet, the only reason it's hell is because officer cadet is right when you start understanding every other aspect of the game.
Yeah.
Because the thing is, if you're on the front line, good infantrymen don't get commends. If you're doing tanks, tankers don't get commends.
Yeah, no, like when I started this game, I did a decent bit of like fighting. I don't know, but honestly, dude, holy shit, was I doing Logi? Hey, like I'm not gonna lie, I bought this game mostly for Logi, but
Oh, same completely.
like I get to play Factorio, but I contribute to someone else's fun.
I just wish there was more games like this, or at least they're starting to add it where you can actually see your personal stats.
Oh yeah, yeah. That like the Port Sausage people are already competing for like highest amount like materials
Oh,
gathered.
Clay didn't get into the game for Logi. Oof. Did you get into the game for base building, Solom? But then the war was one region at the time. I see. Oh shit, you talking about back when it was skirmishes, I think is what they called them. Yeah, no, I woke up at like 7 p.m. and I got on Foxhole, I think around like, I don't know, 8 or midnight, I'm not sure. Been on since, just pure scrapping. But then Salty One
Oh
Vets.
damn, Solo.
Oof. Solom, you went on a fucking multi-year revenge arc because Wardens wouldn't let you build bases when you were on that faction. Shit, apparently Solom is fucking anime.
Damn.
Are we gonna find out you're also a dev for Siege Camp?
Okay, we're not gonna find out about it, but he is.
Started my career in Drowned Vale. Oh god. Not Drowned Vale. Anywhere but Drowned Vale.
For the updates.
Drowned Vale is the one fucking place I refuse to fight in.
How bad was it before the updates? Oh, really? That's surprising. Was it still called Drowned Vale?
You'd have roving bands of partisans. Oop.
Talk for the rest to make this quicker because my bro wants me to sleep. Basically, yeah, Drowned Vale didn't used to be mostly accessible by barge. There was only one river that went through that was accessible. All the others were really shallow.
Ah, okay.
And yeah, basically I was alone in that region pretty much, and I had my little resource base where I would make sorties out with harvesters, you know? Just by myself. I'd have my lonely harvester and I would just Hawkeye the map. And because back then you could watch the map and scroop at the same time. And as soon as I saw any partisan activity, I would drive back to my base and cower within.
Yeah.
Bruh.
And it's funny because a few wardens did try to PvE hit, but I was up at 4 a.m.
Dope.
It's funny. But then my next arc was the Chattering Prairie arc, where I was developing my storm cannon techniques. I got close to building one, but then the war was pretty much ending before I could finish it, so I had everything but the storm cannon itself.
Bruh, how many arcs does your story have?
The last.
Well, he did.
Oh, I thought that was my game.
Alright, unlock, because I'm gonna take one of the abandoned Vicks back.
Oh, you mean at the scrap field?
Alright, so anyway, someone was just distracting me at the field, but, yeah, so then the last arc was the Alad's bite arc, where I finally joined what seemed like a very nice, regiment. They were like looking for a home base because they were coming in from Shard 2, and I showed them my base and they loved it, so they stayed there. And then that storm cannon stopped to naval invasion attempts.
Oh
mean, there
god,
were
so
other
you're
storm
from
cannons
the
there, but
original Shard 2.
Yeah, they came from Shard 2 and went to Shard 1.
Oh, so this is where we're going.
But yeah, there was.
This is probably faster, to be honest.
Unfortunately,
In
they
a
were out
flatbed,
and out
probably.
communists, it turned out, and they didn't like the fact that I was anti-communist, so they what's the word?
How does that-
Another word for ditched me.
How does that even come up in
Ghost-
conversation?
Ghosted me.
What the fuck?
But, yeah. Well, because they were talking about it, that's the problem. That's what communists like to do.
Political.
Well, actually, the regiment itself wasn't really talking about communism, but other people were talking about communism, and they didn't like that I was basically arguing with the communists in chat. So, yeah, I got ghosted by them, but then that caused everyone to hate them for ghosting me. Funny how that works. But yeah, so it was a bittersweet ending to my long-ass revenge anime. Was I got my super storm cannon, but I lost my friends because I went crazy.
You sacrificed your friends for revenge.
Yeah. Problem is, I don't like lying to people. I don't like pretending. If someone says something dumb and insane, I'm gonna tell them off, But yeah, so I got my revenge
gonna
arc.
hook a
Then
left,
I
yeah.
started thinking about going back to Wardens, because I finally got my revenge and I thought I could forgive him. And then the fucking dev bias arc happened.
God damn, how much does it cost for the entire season of your life?
For one base or for all the bases? Because
How much is the box set?
I don't know. All I know is the storm cannon bases I typically make are like 200 crates of B-mats just to build it.
God damn. But no, that's actually really funny, because earlier, quite a few people, Lucas, Brig, some others, have expressed interest of possibly going Warden.
I'll tell them bad news.
Well, before this war started, I was thinking of putting up a vote for Shard 2 if we wanted to go Wardens for a war.
I have too many commands, so I'm giving you the rest.
All 99?
If I could it.
Just set up a bot that is constantly online, and whenever he comes online, just shoves commands down his throat. And then just stick it in a backline region where it will never affect population. Also, did all the scrappers just fucking die? Where did everyone go?
It's that time.
Shit, Lucas, we forgot to grab gas.
I don't know. There's still gas in the crane. There should actually be one in my inventory slot of the flatbed. Yeah, there's still one in the flatbed inventory and then one in the crane.
Alright, this is just to get the hauler back.
Yeah, no, I brought 2 gas cans. I was intelligent.
Smarty pop. Yeah, I'm almost wondering if we're gonna scrap at like this dead of time, I think it might be better to create our resources, because I don't think there's any tech runners on.
Oh yeah, the T-mats. Yeah, it probably is.
Because I made a call for a tech runner when I dropped off the aluminum, and just no one responded.
Surprisingly, I thought that'd be better on Shard 1 due to the quote-unquote higher pop.
I mean, it is still 6 in the morning EST, so...
Yeah, but I thought there'd be a lot more no lives here.
It's dependent. Most of them actually don't play the game until sledgehammers are unlocked.
Ah, okay.
And
now
then
that's-
there's also a subset that don't play until tanks are unlocked.
Ah. But at that point, no one wants to do tech anymore.
That is what it is.
Alrighty, Dan. Logging off.
See ya, Solo.
See you. Yep. Thanks for listening to my story.
Write a book.
Oh, by the way, yeah. During one of those naval invasions, there was a poor warden streamer that my regiment had at the time decided to stream snipe.
Oh
story
no.
The poor French man.
How do you stream snipe with a fucking storm cannon?
You just watch the screen and see if it hits him.
He's just a walking like in the middle of a field in the middle of nowhere, there's no combat around him, and just a fucking...
Oh, there was tons of combat around him. He was crying.
Oh no.
They just zeroed it on him.
Oh, Summit, that's what his
Yep.
name was.
It was funny as hell. I didn't actually see it. All I was doing was pulling the trigger and listening to the responses of my regiment laughing their asses off. I'm like, I must be doing good. Bang. Bang.
You committed war crimes.
All with clicks. I just clicked them all to death.
I think actually, if gaming had its own war crime, I think stream sniping is up there. Lucas, this
Yeah,
pile
probably,
is
but I
hovering
wasn't
off the
one
ground.
stream sniping. They were just giving me coordinates, and
Oh,
they
wait.
were doing it legit at first. But then they're like, "Hold, wait, there's someone." Who's
Yeah, this
on
is just
stream."
hovering off the ground. Do control and zoom in to do the panoramic.
So yeah, they zeroed in, and we would make adjustments according to
This is
where he
weird.
was.
Oh.
I knew something was up.
I
It
mean,
didn't look right.
It was funny. He was just crying.
Bruh.
I don't know why this guy left me this flatbed here. It's a public. Oh, it's a public one. That's why they left. I'll put it in the secure shed. TM. Safe shed. TM.
When in doubt, shove it in the TM stockpiles.
I do that with everything.
Yeah,
Food
worst part is
people
you
are
can't
not.
get shit out. Actually, I could probably just at dark and be like, hey, can you give X TM thing? We accidentally put something in there.
Okay, accident.
Yeah, it was one of the Chinese people who left it. They're a nice guy.
Yeah, I remember back when I played in Winter War, there were like giant Chinese clans, but I've yet to see any of them in the last 2 wars I played on Shard 1.
Yeah, I remember. I keep seeing memes about that, like our Chad, like a nighttime, like Chinese scrappers or whatever, right?
Yeah, are they just
Yeah,
not
they
in
exist.
the areas we're in, or did something happen?
They exist, just not as much as they used to. They're just very helpful. Like, one of my fences, like, broke. And so I decided to replace it with barbed wire fence since that doesn't break.
Oh yeah.
And immediately, they came with 2 additional barbed wire things. Like, they saw what I was doing and immediately grabbed barbed wire.
Oh, that's
You
good.
know.
I wonder if he's gonna go straight across the fields again.
Alright, I'm logging off, guys. Thanks for your ears.
Of course. See ya, Solemn. There's another Atlas hauler. Yeah, there's another Atlas hauler just abandoned next to the road.
I think I just passed it. Yeah.
Like, do people just like pull over and log off? It's like, what the fuck?
Maybe they disconnected. I don't know. I mean, if they disconnected, they wouldn't be on the side of the road.
Unless someone
guess someone
drove
else
by, got out, moved it off the road, and then continued.
Yeah.
I can't wait until I can tow vehicles, and then we can become a logistics and vehicle recovery regiment.
Yeah.
We actually did that for War 22, I think it was. We went into a region because people kept bringing flatbeds and dumping them at the front line because they were bringing up 30 mil tankettes constantly. So there were 7 of us, and we just kept going up there and just taking flatbeds and pulling them out of the region. But every time we'd pull out like 7 flatbeds to load up in a truck to go back up there, there'd be 7 more. We didn't even know how because we never passed any flatbeds. They just fucking appear lined up in exactly the same spot we just pulled them out of.
Oh wait.
Yeah, it was getting to the point we thought someone was fucking with us because it was way too convenient.
Consistent.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I might personal queue the aluminum and tech mats we get.
Yeah, I think like that. Since we're like kind of dedicated to scrapping right now, like if it was like a small amount we were putting in, sure. But since we're actually pulling a decent chunk of these things, I think we do need to.
Well, the tiers are only like, I think, 14 aluminum per kit, so...
Yeah, we're pulling in some serious T-mats right now.
Okay, well the T-mats are gone at least. Oh, Segrios
You
pulled them.
want
He's a cool
checklogs?
dude.
Oh, that guy?
Yeah.
I don't trust that guy.
I've been working with him all fucking night.
I don't know. He sounds sketch to me.
Yeah, why is that, huh?
I don't know. Have you heard of that name before? Segrios? I mean, that just sounds sketch. Like, come on.
Are you
Names
being the
themselves that.
racist?
Of course.
Is this the Logi strike?
I don't know what you're talking about. I am performing my duties with honor.
Listen up here. We don't do unions here.
saying a union if it's only one guy.
Damn you. I can't wait until someone else comes by. It's like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Actually, how many people are even in the region? Oh shit, quite a few.
Not bad. Not bad. I mean, I guess like not crowded levels, but not horribly low.
I mean, there's a decent amount. Most of these people are the same ones that have been here since I've been on.
Yeah.
So they're probably all at the east field that just respawned.
Everyone hates that north field, I guess.
I don't know why the fuck it was set at 59, because the thing is, when we finished up the west field, we both looked at it and said, oh, it's almost done, they're probably about to strip it. And then like 15 minutes later, it was still at 59.
Yeah, it was the only field in the hex. I was like, oh yeah, that's gonna be gone soon. We'll probably have to wait until like the east hex, or they like get any real scrap.
Yeah, I was like,
Oh.
okay, well, you know, there's probably people up there. It's probably gonna be empty any second now. And we only had the other guy show up twice. I don't know why he didn't come a third time.
He didn't even come for scrap. I think he was a tech runner.
No, he showed up because the first time when I was first there, he went to the encampment and was pulling scrap out.
Oh, he was there for the free scrap.
Yeah, he wasn't pulling the stuff that was in the left inventory of the encampment, though. He was, like, straight pulling it from the actual inventory.
Yeah, I guess. Oh, I see him right now.
And there's fucking no one over here.
Yeah. Wait, where'd you go now?
To the east one.
Looks like the west one's seeing some action. That's going down steadily.
Yeah, well, the east one is nice and close.
Yeah. Well, I gotta get off anyway, so.
Don't forget to shove everything in the stockpile.
Oh, yeah.
Is that one ours, or is that the one you grabbed from public?
Oh, the same public one, actually. I left it in public for a solid, like, 15 minutes, and it was still there, luckily.
Yeah, it is late. There's probably not many people on. As long as we have one or two in private, we're fine.
Oh, yeah.
Because I think we have a couple spread out at different stockpiles now.
Yeah, we got one or two. Oh, that's a lot of proto kits. What is that?
Wait, what, in the engineering center?
No, Oh, this is the mounted machine gun.
Oh,
And,
yeah.
yeah.
Oh, fuck, I just realized. I've been seeing that pop up of like 9 crates of HMGs being put in the stockpile. Isn't that what we're currently teching?
Yeah, shit.
Okay, so people are just
Right.
taking the fucking aluminum that we're putting in there and using it right here.
Oh my god. Those Oh. Yeah, you're right.
It never
You're
fucking
right.
clicked in my mind up to this point that it's like, when it pops up, you know, the fucking Vickers machine gun, I'm like, oh cool, more of those. Fucking commends. Doesn't realize using the aluminum we're putting in the refinery.
That's
Well-
where it's going.
Shit, so I guess like for the past 3 hours, when I've been given like hundreds of aluminum into that refinery, and then I see the tech master complain about rogue tech, and whoopsie doopsie, I accidentally enabled it.
Wow. Man, this is a lot of proto. I was like, oh, the tech masters were kind to us and like moved their proto kit stockpile up here. No, that's not the tech masters proto kit stockpile.
God damn it.
Wow.
Alright, so yeah, I'll just keep it in my private until I can get a hold of a tech runner, because there was part of the ninja clan, there's a tech runner in them, and I had him delivering my tech mats for a while, but then he got off, and I've just been leaving it in the refinery.
Man, Yeah, there's so many. I just looked at this amount and it was like, oh yeah, this is automatic Tech Masters work. Like, come on. I think like I remember War 22, you guys did this, but then again, you were literally across from the MPF, so.
Yeah, how many is there in there?
There's like
15
was it?
crates of
10.
HMGs.
Yeah, there is like I think 11. Like one of these is an Icarus, so they've been using the iron too.
Oh, fuck. Yeah, no
Oh my
wonder
God.
the tech masters are like, guys, there's like nothing going. I'm like, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I've scrapped like 300 aluminum. Not going to the tech masters.
Yeah, okay, we got. Yeah, we can't let public touch her.
Can you just, for my curiosity, can you look at the transaction logs and see who it is that kept putting in the Vickers?
Oh, okay, yeah.
I have a hunch, but if it is, I'm gonna laugh my ass off. Unless people are creating the tech mats and putting it in the TM storage.
Yeah, I don't. Okay, I'm seeing. So I'm seeing one from a guy called Unica, Unikai, and then that's one crate, and then Gaz did 7.
Oh no, guys, I've been fucking scrapping with him all night. He scrapped them all himself, though.
Yeah.
Okay, I mean, it doesn't really matter too much, because I don't think we have choices this tier. Because the HMG is solo, and then the Icarus, I think that's already winning.
I found another 8 crates for a Nico Killer.
Goddamn.
These might all be
There's...
from different people. Like, I mean, those things are just public in there. So like, it's like one guy might have like made all the proto kits, set up his queue, and then put the rest of the proto kits in there while his queue is cooking. And either his clan is helping him make them, or he just made them public so anyone can make them.
Yeah.
So it could
There's...
be like, say, a warrant officer or something who doesn't quite understand that we have a system for tech, and thinks he's doing good, like he has a basic understanding of how tech works, and he's just trying to help the team. It could be a misunderstanding there.
Well, that's the thing as well, is I don't blame anyone. Even with the signs, just saying leave it in there for tech runners, there is so much more behind the scenes with just the meta of how we do tech now.
Yeah.
Because for the most part, everyone in LLC understands, because over half of us were doing tech, so everyone kind of knows the gist, because we explained it pretty well to everyone. But I feel bad for completely new people that watched a few YouTube videos about how tech works, and then they just try and do the same thing, and then people just bitch at them because they don't know the meta.
Yeah, it's so sad that there even has to be a meta for this shit. Like, I don't know, it seems the devs kind of set this up so it's like, oh, hey, any random guy can contribute the tech, but if he does, but because of like all these hidden mechanics that the devs haven't told us about, and like, all this random bullshit that affects tech rates, if you're not a single guy, like, you can like scrap and get the tech, but you can't control it. Like, it's out of your hands, like, and like, as you said, people will bitch at you if you rogue tech, like, because it messes with rates and shit. It might have been done at a time where it basically did 0. That's kind of the fucked part.
But then also the other thing is, people really shouldn't be surprised there's rogue tech going on with how cheap the tech is now, that most people, if they're scrapping by themselves, can do a couple kits themselves.
Yeah.
I mean, tier 1 aluminum was 12 aluminum apiece. You can easily get that in a single run.
Yeah, like...
Compared to
before was
100
like,
aluminum.
Yeah. Or like, maybe if like like 2 fields, you could get like a decent 100 or whatever. Like, I don't know, it's
Because the thing before with the old tech system, if suddenly like a vehicle that wasn't voted for is starting to win the vote, it's like, okay, there's hundreds of T-mats that are being rogue teched with. But here it's like, oh, there's 28 iron that was used for the choice that isn't winning. It's like such a
Yeah.
low amount that there's gonna be so much rogue tech that people don't know they're rogue teching because they don't understand how the tech system actually works.
yeah. It is just
A good chunk of them probably don't even realize that votes don't happen in game. They may think that you vote with tech.
which it seems is what the devs intended, but I don't know. It seems a bit unfair. It seems to be like really supposed to be biased towards the scrapper. You know, the scrapper determines what the front line gets to have. You know that seems a bit messed up in terms of like, you know, like I understand he's the guy that makes most of the stuff the front line uses, but like the front liner doesn't really get any say in terms of like what he gets to use. You know, because I don't know, he doesn't scrap. So
Well,
he
A
but
good
that's
point
what
about
kind of
that.
the Discord voting.
Yeah. Well, it's a good point with that, especially, is back on Shard 2, I think it was 2 wars ago now, or 3 wars ago now, there was a huge debate because it was the 30 mil tankette versus the anti-tank armored car. And there was a huge group of people that wanted the anti-tank armored car to win because they wanted to play with it and try it. And, you know, all us veteran tech masters were like, no, please don't. It's like the 30 mil is better. And one of the arguments I had is we can't wait until like the Duro or the APC or something later to get actual armor on the field. But also, no one knows how to use an ATAC because it would be the first time we tech it, compared to the tankette where almost everyone has experience with it.
Yeah.
Because the ATAC, it's a vehicle you need to know how to use to actually get mileage with it. Compared to the tankette, almost anyone can do something with it.
Yeah. Yeah, the tankette's like relatively basic. It's you point and gun at enemy, you shoot at them, you know, like ammo's cheap enough that you could justify it against most infantry. You don't have to like save it for that special infantry that's like a real pain in the ass. You know? Good training. It's a good training tank.
Yeah, that's what I
Yeah,
say. The
it's-
30 mil tankette is the perfect tank to give new players. It's cheap and it does a good job at what it does.
Yeah, it itself is cheap. The ammo it uses is cheap, and like plentiful generally, because like the veterans are all using ISGs everywhere. You know, PVEing shit. So I mean, it's like worst case scenario, you can transport 130 mil to your local ISG.
Yep. And that's the other thing as well, is what most people don't realize is just how, especially for newer players, because a good chunk of new players drift towards frontline combat and will stay there for quite a while, is just how much of a morale booster a tankette is.
Oh yeah.
Like, if you see an open top armored car roll up, you're like, yeah, an armored car, and then you see it get insta-clapped by the enemy. Compared to a tankette, it can at least take a few hits, and it's a tank.
Oh yeah, like it actually has a tank armor mechanic where it can like bounce like AT stuff.
Yeah, because this was before the armored car armor rework, so just the ATAC would just get 2 clapped, or even a solo clapped by a fucking hatch.
Yeah.
Also, I'm at this east field. I'm still the only one here.
Dope.
I just have a field to myself. It's also an iron field. Oh, I wanted to
Okay.
ask, the stockpile, is there a TM stockpile in there that's public?
Oh,
I thought I saw one earlier.
usually they have these, so like tech runners can like deposit a bunch and then like wait to like transport it all.
Yeah, because if it does, I'm just gonna crate them and stick them in there then, and then at dark and tell them they're in there.
Yeah, there's a QM stockpile.
Yeah, that's good then. Because I'll just start putting
Nothing
it in there.
it. Nothing in it. There's
Because no
nothing.
one's crating them, they're just spending them.
I mean, it was last interacted with like at least 5 hours ago because its expiry time is a day and 20 hours. So it's been touched. I don't know if that was like just because it was created 5 hours ago, or if like it's, or if like because I mean that also like refreshes when someone submits something into it. So I don't know if like someone like manually like put in like a crate of like pistol ammo and then like took it out to like keep it refreshed, like maintained it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, even then, you could have just left the pistol ammo in there. The only thing I can think of is if maybe it was a tech runner's, like, he put a truck in there to use later, and then he came down and did a tech run, and, the truck is over where the TM is.
Yeah. It could also just be a trap. Someone made a QM tech in here, and then it's like, haha, I'm not actually a QM, and then uses it the rogue tech.
Does it say who made it?
Tulo, it looks like it's just a random string of fucking letters, I'm not gonna lie.
Okay, so pretty fucking sketch.
I don't know, like, it might form a word, I'm not sure.
I can take a look at it, because what I might do, if that's the case, I'll just put it in our stockpile, and then tell Dark, and then him or he can send a tech runner down at a later date.
Yeah, I don't know.
But I can at Dark and ask him, like, hey, is this stockpile legit? Is this an actual tech master?
I don't know, like, it looks close enough to possibly a word, or like something, I don't, like...
Well, also the fact it was made just 5 hours ago is a little sketch as well.
Potentially. Like, I mean, it's empty. So, it was interacted with 5 hours ago at one point. Don't know what was interacted with about it because it's empty. I can't view logs on it that I know of. Like, I think that's just logs for the public stockpile. Because it's not showing anything specific about this one.
Yeah, I don't. I'll have to ask Dark about that. Also, I'm pissed off that fucking Dark and a bunch of others are just hard verified on Sigil.
Oh, damn, really?
Yeah,
I haven't even joined Sigil.
They're completely hard verified and everything. I've been playing since fucking Winter War, and I can't get hard verified.
Oh, wow.
I just really stopped caring about it after a while, because I'm like, it doesn't matter.
Okay, isn't hard verified just you get a little check mark and you get your own little unique chat where you get to talk to other salty vets?
Yeah, and also it means you don't have to get re-verified every war.
Oh, okay. Seems a bit weird, but okay.
But also, I feel like my permissions were fucked up or something, because I'm neutral, but I feel like I can see more roles than I should be able to. Because I can see, like, classified areas for, like, important war plans. I'm like, what the fuck?
Okay.
So I don't know if maybe I was given express permission or something. Because they changed how they do their verification. You have to use a bot now. Instead, you would post your screenshots and then someone, an actual person, would look at that and let you in. But now you do it with a bot that you have to give them your fucking Steam profile. You have to be in-game looking at the NG Center, and it sends you a code you have to use. You put that in chat, and then you send that screenshot to the bot, and then it uses some type of algorithm with the code it gave you to confirm that that's real.
Okay.
Way above my pay grade.
Yeah, like Shard 2 verification was like there was a bot you like interact with to open a ticket, but that was about it. Like,
And then the
then,
other
like,
thing is there's still, for like the hard verification, it gives you an option of either using SBOT, which is if you're in like a verified Discord that's good, you can get fast verification, or you do it the old-fashioned way, which is you get people to vouch for you. But that goes somewhere else that I'm guessing only hard verified members can see it? I don't know.
Okay. Interesting.
All I know is there's a big group of people in Sigil that are just so fucking confused about everything now.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I did the math. You can make 40 mil out of a shipping container.
How much, though?
Well, so emats take up 20 per, or only like 20 in a crate for a shipping container. So so normally in an R1 hauler, you can't
Oh,
hold
God.
more than like 1,500 resources or whatever. So like 9 stacks of BMATs and 7 stacks of EMATs is like more than 15 slots, whatever. So you have to like, you know, like do some funky shit where you either drop like BMATs or EMATs in there and then like come back with more, or like, you know, start an order of like less and then, you know, like cancel it and then like quickly remake a full order. But with a shipping container, since like crates of BMATs are 100, but you now have 60 slots, now you only need 9 crates of BMATs. But then I was trying to figure out, since the crate size for EMATs is so small, if like the extra slots you got out of the shipping container would be enough to like, you know, like actually have enough EMATs still, and it is. You need 660 EMATs for a full queue of 40 mil, and divided by 20, that's 33 crates you need in a shipping container. So you have plenty of slots. You actually have some extra too, if you want to like hold more BMATs to queue up other shit.
Goddamn.
Yeah. So, and you're only using EMATs on the one queue. Everything else is basically BMATs or RMATs. I mean, RMATs. I guess you could probably queue up a couple queues of vehicles and like shippables and like rifles and shit. So, shipping container MPF might be the new meta, I guess, for the advanced. I know I'm gonna be doing it.
That's another thing. I need to use the MPF more. I honestly keep forgetting it's here in Sataria.
Oh yeah, like most of these items, I'm not even sure if it's worth transporting for like the reduced cost. Like, I mean, it's kind of nice making like so many rifles at once, but
Well, the main thing for me, it's less about the resources saved, because for me it doesn't matter if I grind like 2 more hours for resources or not, if I use just a normal factory. It's the time, because usually there's huge fucking queues on the MPF.
yeah, and like I don't know, like I remember like I had the whole thing with like 120. Like I remember seeing I posted that sign where it was like, you know, like don't MPF 120. I don't know. I did the math on that shit. Like I was actually like, because the crate size on 120 is 5 per crate. You know, pretty damn low. And I was kind of like making an argument as to why you shouldn't MPF 120 is because the savings wasn't high. You know, like you're still getting the same discount, but you're not saving as much salvage as say a MPF queue of like 40 mil and like queue time, and if you make it in a factory, you make it faster and such. I don't know, like I did the math, and to make the same amount of 120 compared to like 40 mil, like actual amounts, not just crates, they're actually about the same salvage cost. Like I think it's a difference of like 30 salvage if you want to make the like same amount of 120 versus 40 mil. And I don't know, like people are arguing like, hey, now you have like a 10-hour queue. But at the same time, and like people have also said like, oh, you're clogging up the queue. But that's kind of the thing, is the MPF kind of solves that problem itself by the fact that the more stuff in the queue, the faster it produces. So if anything, you're saving everyone else time. And it's not like the MPF is idle while you're sitting in the queue. It's still producing things. So I don't know, like in terms of like making a massive amount of 120, I think you can use MPF queues in conjunction with factories. You know, like you're still getting a good salvage savings in terms of like, making 120.
Well, how
It's-
I've
it's
always
not-
explained like MPF and factories to people who ask me, it's like, alright, MPF only if you're doing like huge quantities of stuff and you're not expecting to use it for a day at most. Use factories
Yeah.
for everything else.
Yeah. Like the rifles and like the small arms, like those, like I mean, sure you can MPF them, and I have just because it's just BMATs and it's a queue there to use. Like and uniforms, like yeah, sure, I guess queue those up. But it's like normally MPFs are so far in the back lines that it's just kind of annoying to fit these in crates. Like would I rather put in my shipping container from the back lines like crates of medical fatigues or like crates of 40 mil? You know, like that's kind of the thing too. Is it worth it to transport a crate of that as opposed to just trying to make more of like something like more resource dense?
Yeah,
Like
like
shoving
I
it
only
into-
use MPFs mainly for like high explosive things like 40 mil and shit.
Yeah. Yeah, no, like items that have like high resource density that like you really want to like make in mass and such, like 40 mil. Oh, and the issue is also is that the queues are really unbalanced in terms of like no one sets up queues for uniforms. Like that's almost always at 0. Like sometimes like people kind of make queues for like small arms. That has some stuff. And then like vehicles in fucking like the explosive category, almost always like above 20. Whenever like we have like the good shit that we have to constantly master. Like once we unlock 40 mil, every MPF is gonna have like above 20 on explosives queue. Constantly.
Yeah. Well, I think it has to do with the fact that with small arms and uniforms, the save-ins are so minuscule that it just doesn't matter. And a normal factory, those are usually never queued up anyway.
Yeah, because they produce it so fast that if like 4 people make 4 orders within like 30 minutes, they're free. Like they're opened up, empty.
Yeah,
For,
because
like,
it's
more
just
people to
so
make stuff.
fast.
Yeah, like, and even when a lot of people queue up in the MPF for like small arms, because of the like time discount from like MPFing so many items like in the queue, like these things produce so fast. Like on like right now at like 3Q, at the base time for Argentina for one crate is like 14 minutes in the MPF, and but like when this hits like 20 or whatever, like it'll produce it in like minutes. So it'll just like boom, 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 like deletes the queue in an hour. So like for small arms and stuff that already has like a fast time, I forget what the math. I think I remember doing the math on like the difference between like base factory times versus base MPF times. I think it might be like base rate like 4 times as long in the MPF, but that's like on a 0 queue. That's on a like no one else has queued anything behind yours. But I know that like when your thing's like at the front of the line and there's like 20 people behind you, it produces pretty fast. Like I think it'll actually compete with factory times, maybe even faster.
Yeah, it would be
So-
nice if maybe, I don't know, remove the ability to produce uniforms from the mass production.
Yeah, like tools and medical supplies.
I don't know, like I think they can probably remove some things from there because it never gets mass produced well, I shouldn't say that because I'm pretty sure in the next major update when they add trains, it's been teased they're gonna add a bunch more uniforms. So when that happens, we may see MPF in more common with the uniforms. But even then,
I think they. I think they added uniforms to MPF simply because there's already a lot of concern about all these new items, what they would do to like Logi, Everyone was like, "Oh, uniforms! God, they're gonna be another thing Logi has to produce." And like everyone was all complaining about it. So they were like, "Oh, fuck, shove it in the MPF," even though it's literally only 100 BMATs for a crate of 20. Like, fuck yeah, this needs to be MPF'd, I guess. Like, I guess that's a lot of them are kind of needed in mass because they are easily like you can't scavenge uniforms. That's another big thing is you can't scavenge them. So like once you die with one, it's gone. Unlike with like your rifle, your ammo, everything else, if you don't use it, it's still there. Like go grab again.
I think the other thing as well, MPF and uniforms would be more viable if uniforms weren't drip fed to us.
We
'Cause-
need to start with the medic one and the engineer one minimum at the beginning. Like that needs to just be starting tech. Like we need to like get those immediately. Like please. Like why are they not? Why do we have to tech those?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm waiting for the time they're gonna make like a medical uniform a choice tech just to fuck with us.
God, they are. They are like.
It'll be like medical uniform versus, I don't know, fucking the Dusk or something stupid.
Oh my god. Okay, guys, like two very essential. Like it's just gonna be like, well, fuck medics, I guess. uh, yeah, I kind of fear that day when some of the uniforms are gonna be tech options. God.
Because I will never put anything past the devs for tech choices. And they keep proving me right, because every war there's always one tech choice that I'm like, what the fuck?
Dude, it's like partially randomized. Like I think I heard that it's like partially randomized. Like I mean, like there's tiers where everything can be in, and they'll be like randomized between like the auto techs and stuff or something. But I don't know. Like I'm pretty like the devs do like look at it.
Yeah, I
like,
think the devs do a once-over afterwards and make any adjustments. I will never forgive the devs for the one war they fucking did. It was a relic war. You had to choose between the FMG or the Atlas hauler.
God. Fuck anyone who can't make a flatbed, my god.
We did not have haulers for that entire fucking war. Doing scrapping was horrendous. Everyone was using flatbeds.
God, it's so bad.
I remember that war because I was arguing why just go for Atlas, because I'm like, look guys, we all know the FMG is going to be outdated within like 5 days. The Atlas is used all war. Please, for the love of God, don't make me scrap with a normal truck. And then, well, you know,
Oh, man.
FMG was thrown away 2 days later.
Dude, everyone I remember everyone's always like, man, FMGs are used the entire war. I don't see it. I don't. Like I keep I keep hearing that is FMGs are always used, guys, the entire war. That's why we don't tech the armored car. And like I never see an FMG. Like past these beginning days when it's first, I never see one ever again.
Yeah, after the first week, you will never see a newly produced FMG unless it's new Logi not knowing what to do. But the main thing is, against an armored car early game, the FMG is gonna win every fucking time.
Yeah, no, fucking that 12.7 fucks up armored cars, and it's funny. I love it. Oh, man.
Although, now that we have HMGs, I would like to see them maybe tweak FMGs or even just remove them for a couple wars and see what happens.
Oh, yeah.
Because now that both sides have emplaced HMGs, you know, armored cars are a bit more viable. They can still get shredded, but they can outmaneuver.
Yeah, they could kind of just roll it. Whereas against the FMG, you can't really you're gonna get disabled before you can flank an FMG, and it'll turn while you're trying to flank it and such. And it actually has a protective blast shield to protect it. It has frontal armor. Whereas a mounted HMG, it's stationary. You can outflank that pretty easily and such. If once you figure out where it is, it can't pursue you. can only just kind of try and suppress you a bit.
And I'd like the devs to try more things where they actually remove some things just for a war, or at least put it like really late game just to see how the meta would change.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I think the devs need to reorganize some of these fucking like production line. I think we need to like move some stuff out of the explosives category. Like my god, this is like the heavy arms, I guess, is what it's
Oh,
actually called.
don't you remember when 12.7 was in the fucking heavy ordnance area?
Was it? Oh, God,
Yeah,
that
for
sounds
the
cool.
longest time, with the major entrenched update, they moved it out of heavy ordnance into small ammunition.
Oh shit, I was there for one war when that was a thing, but I wasn't. I was into Logi, but I wasn't into like the nitty gritty like details. I just kind of like moved stuff and scrapped.
I remember everyone was so fucking happy when 12.7 got moved out of heavy ordnance. Because early game, when FMGs existed, it would constantly have to compete with Mammons.
God. Yeah. That is like one thing I see MPF'd a lot is like the machine guns in 12.7.
Because 12.7 so quickly becomes the standard ammunition for almost everything that's worthwhile.
Dude, that's why I kind of like Arketra. Like, I know it's like basically a worse to cast, but it has its place as like a 12.7 option that's not heavy as fuck, or well, you know, like not clumsy as fuck. It's only kind of it's still clumsy because like you're still like slowed when you're using it,
Yeah.
but you don't have to like crouch down. That your turning speed isn't horrible. You don't have to be in a transposition. You can kind of use it like a mobile weapon.
That's the one thing I always hated for the longest time, is because half the time they'd put the gas versus the Catra, and it's not a competition because the gas does better in nearly every way.
Yeah, like it is. Like thing is the gas is R mats versus the Catra's B mats. You know, and that kind of seems to be the purpose of the Catra is a like a B mats version of the gas, but also it's kind of balanced a little bit in a way. There's the kind of like be a slightly expensive like automatic option.
But the
Like
thing
the
is,
ammo
well,
is like a bit more expensive on the Catra versus the Dusk.
by the
yeah.
time LMGs show up, we already have sledgehammers and like clans have stockpiles of arm mats, so the gas is a no-brainer always.
Yeah. Yeah.
Especially once clans made their like concrete bases. Once every clan has done their concrete bases, there's so many more components flown around to be used.
Oh yeah. They really need to move concrete back up the top of the tech tree. My god, this is or bottom, I guess. I don't know. I don't like tier 2 concrete.
I think it needs to be
I'm
at
sure
least
already,
fucking tier 3.
Yeah, they need to move it down. Like, yeah, they actually need to move it down a couple tiers. Like, it is like seriously like comps are already rare in the early game, and you're telling me now I have to compete with clans trying to make concrete bases, which can take like fucking thousands of comps. Like, please stop.
Well, not only that, but just from a gameplay mechanic, is just whichever side is able to get concrete bases first in a chokehold with AI just wins. That's it, they win for the first week and a half.
Yeah, like early game when there's like what do we have to like get rid of concrete? Like
The best you can
ISGs, I
do...
mean, sure.
Well, even then, you can get a concrete base before ISGs come out.
Yeah, dude,
You have
like,
enough members, you just AFK around the base, and then boom, you can get up there pretty quick.
yeah, no, it's God.
I mean, when I did my solo base towards the end of the other war, fucking it only took me 2 days to get to concrete.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's
And then imagine a clan with at least like 200 members if they just have 10 people AFK near the base just to grind out its XP.
Yeah. Yeah, no, like, God, having concrete dry, like dry concrete before a single ISG is produced is a bit stupid.
Even then, if it's still drying and they have AI and rifle garrison coverage up, there's basically nothing you can do.
Yeah. I mean, like, it might be vulnerable to a Mammon Rush, potentially just like, mass map people, overwhelming defenses against wet concrete.
Yeah, but then you'd also have to have an SM or an FMG suppress the rifle garrisons.
Ah, nah, we just do pure manpower. We
Yeah,
have more men than they have bullets.
but that's in a perfect world where there isn't also enemy defenders defending the base.
I don't know. I've seen like large enough Mammon Rushes that overwhelm pretty much everything. I mean, it can work. I mean, think of Reflections. What was that? War 22, I think I... Or was that 23? I think War 23. Shackled Chasm Reflections. I saw like a good like 15-person Mammon Rush just to blow up a garrison house. I thought it was the town base or how many people were being thrown at this thing, but then it blew up and I was like, wait, it's still blue. Oh, that was just a fucking garrison house. What the fuck?
Yeah, but that's the thing as well. It's just like the manpower put into it is never worth the return half the time with that.
Yeah, no. I mean, yeah. Yeah, like, I mean, luckily Mammons are surprisingly dirt cheap. Like, I mean, 10 EMATs for 20. I mean, you
Yeah.
can really get...
Well, the main expense there that most people don't realize is the fucking shirts.
Yeah, no, shirts do get pretty expensive, and especially if they're low crate size at 20. I didn't realize like crates of shirts were only 20 for a while, and when I like finally I don't think I ever really produced shirts. Like when I started, since I think I always messed around with the MPF. I never touched a factory because I was like, I always use the MPF for the resource efficiency.
Am I fucking
And then I
crazy?
went to an actual
I thought it was
factory
only
and
10.
saw the crate size of shirts. And I was like, wow, that is actually low.
I'm pretty sure it's only 10 crates or 10 shirts per crate.
Yeah, not even 20, it's 10. Like, shit, dude, I was like, damn, you really have to
Wait,
be
no,
dedicated
hold
to
on.
bring, like, an even decent amount of shirt.
Is it 10 or is it 5? I'm trying to remember.
It's 10. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's 10.
I swear if you brought an
Like,
entire truck, that would
it's
barely
not
get you
a
to
lot, it's not a
100.
lot.
Hmm.
Like, if you, like, dedicate an entire R1 hauler, you get 150.
Oh, on that note, someone just dropped off 12 crates.
So it's, like, you can, like, one R1 hauler can definitely, like, supply a base to a decent amount, but that's all you're bringing. Like, there is no, like, if you want to bring, like, any serious amount of shirts, there is no, like a shipping container can only hold 600 shirts.
Yeah, no, it's insane sometimes. And I think one thing that could really help is instead of shirts for some stupid reason being in the medical area, move it to the uniform area and remove uniforms from the MPF.
Oh yeah, I could see it.
Because the thing is, you can't MPF medical, right?
Yeah, you can't. Those are in factory.
Uniforms are so cheap as is, there's no reason to MPF them, so just remove it from there and then add actual shirts into that queue.
Yeah. Yeah, those feel any guilt they can feel like reducing the cost on uniforms. I won't cry about it. From like 100 to like 80 a crate or something, sure.
Yeah, no, I just feel like there's better uses of what's currently in the game. You can tweak it and make things better.
Yeah.
Because there's
Like, for
so much
example-
that just isn't used.
Yeah, like on the small arms need some more items that actually like I want to say like move like all the things that shoot from like the explosives category, like say the Dracus and the Bane and the Venom, and then the other mounted weapons, I guess. Maybe even the motor. Like the things that aren't explosives themselves but are used to like shoot explosives could be moved to like the small arms maybe.
Or even, I don't know, if I can move it to the utilities category.
Yeah.
I mean,
Oh,
they're
look at
more
this.
support weapons anyway.
Yeah. So like I'd say yeah, move like the mounted weapons that we got. So we got the machine gun, the ISG, and the mounted ATR, and like put those in the small arms. Maybe even 20 mil. We could probably justify moving 20 mil to the small arms too. And then like maybe even the motor, move that into small arms. And I want to say the Venom and the Bane. We can move those in the small arms. And then
No, the Venom and the Bane
leave-
needs to stay in heavy explosives.
well, I'm saying we keep the ammo for them in heavy explosives.
Yeah, but the other
like-
thing as well, it has to do with balancing the production of them.
Yeah. Like I mean, like I want to like put more stuff in the small arms queue that you would actually like that people would actually like queue stuff up in there, you know? Because right now it's like there's 3 queued in the small arms versus the 9 in the heavy explosives in the explosives category. And I don't know, it feels so unbalanced. Like there's 1 queued in uniforms, 8 queued in vehicles, 5 shippables. I mean, shippables that's like decent amount going on, but I don't know. To be honest, people mass produce way too much shippable shit. There's always like fucking containers of like the flak guns and the fucking EATs everywhere.
Man, the
And no
flak
one
and
knows
EAT need some love.
Dude, there's always fucking like massive amounts of metal beams and shit in the back lines too, because like everyone's like, I gotta use this queue, fuck, and it's and most of the stuff in there is only BMATs and not even that much. Like, there's
Yeah,
we
hey,
only
finally
have
some iron.
2 things that cost RMATs for the MPF in the shippables, and that's the concrete mixer and the 150s. Like shooting guns. I mean, like, only clans MPF the fucking heavy artillery because 195 per 1, and then times that by 3, times that by like 5, like you got, that's a lot of fucking RMATs. So only clans really MPF the Thunderbolts. And then I don't know who MPF's concrete mix. I think someone does.
Well, I
but
know
usually everyone-
Burn did it because they were trading them out last war.
Yeah, it's a much rarer thing to MPF, but because like it feels like most people just make theirs on demand. I want a concrete mixer now, and they go to the nearest.
Well, the other thing as well is half the time people just give their concrete mixers to other people once they're done with them. Or
Yeah,
people
like-
share multiple concrete mixers.
Yeah, because you collect the comps, and like as your base is upgrading in tech, you shove the comps in there and then walk away. You know, like or AFK in the base. So yeah. Yeah, they're not. They're mobile for a reason. They're meant to be like moved around.
I still wish they would add a small refinery that's like a concrete mixer but can only refine scrap into BMATs at double the cost.
That might put like more frontline scrap fields to use. I can see it.
Simply add that and it alleviates so much stress from Logi.
Yeah, shipping BMATs forward when like the nearest refinery is like 2 hexes back is definitely like, especially for items that are necessary like that at all times.
Well, the thing is, you know, when you do a shipment of BMATs, it's always a full truck, so 1,500 BMATs. And then usually that lasts for about 20 minutes to half an hour if you're lucky.
Yeah. Yeah, no. And then when you do a shipping container's worth into the nearest depot, they still complain there's no BMAS anywhere.
Simply add a small, like, refinery that's like a concrete mixer that converts... I don't know, you can make it even fucking 10 scrap to 1 BMAT. There's so many unused scrap fields around front lines that can be utilized.
Yeah, I find it funny that they even like bothered to put scrap fields and hexes without refineries, or even like hexes that are so far from refineries and shit.
Mm-hmm.
Like, even mines too. Like, I don't know. Like, I remember like at the end of last war, we were like pushing in the Red River. Was it Ashfield? Yeah, it was like around Ashfields, and like we took over the Ash Fort, and you see that salvage field there? So that was a front line, and like Logi trucks were like coming in, dropping off supplies from like Blemish, and like some guy was scrapping. I was like, dude, I asked him like, why are you scrapping? He's like, oh, so Logi trucks have something to take back to the refinery. I'm just like, there's no refinery in Blemish. It's gonna sit in Blemish, and no one's gonna grab that scrap ever. Like, if anyone even bothers to pick it up. Like you know, these Logi guys, I'm surprised they're even bothering to drive their trucks back. You know, like.
Oh, there's a good chunk of them that just immediately hop out and then redeploy.
Yeah, like that's another thing is like, because like the truck is so dirt cheap and Blemish literally has a garage, like it is not worth their time to drive it. Like, I mean, Ashford was decently close, so I mean.
Well, on the other hand as well, most people have like giant queues of just R1 haulers at the start of the war. That way areas get flooded with them.
Yeah, like, and especially when they're MPF, they're dirt cheap, you know. And like, it is like, it's not only like a cost of the R1 hauler thing. It's also a throughput issue. Is you can make twice as many trips if you just redeploy when you like hit when you drop your supplies off. Like, you're literally just double your throughput in terms of like how fast you get supplies there. You cut your travel time in half. Like, you cannot get better than that. Like you literally like get there and then you just fucking warp back and grab another truck and fill it. You know, like, I don't know. It's hard to like justify driving your vehicle back most times.
The only times most people do it is with flatbeds. Even then, there's so many left at front lines.
Yeah, like once we start actually getting like sledgehammers and we can get a good amount of comps, flatbeds become useless. Like become dirt cheap. Like 30 RMATs, I mean, like the Argonaut is 10. Like, and that is like dirt cheap. It's like, I mean, it's, yeah. Flatbeds become, like, as people say, like, the amount of time you spent driving back could have just been spent scrapping and then building the vehicle, and it would have been better spent, because you have now had extra RMATs for other things too. I should really be getting off, so I'm gonna. This is a public flatbed. I'm just gonna leave this in front of the MPF. Someone else can have fun with it.
Alrighty, see ya, Lucas.
See ya.
And then there
Should
was
be
one.
on I don't know if I'll be on tonight, because There's a chance I'm working Saturday.
Oof.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I gotta talk with my boss about it and shit. See what's going on. Anyway, night.
Nighty-o. And then there was one. I got one really good tech haul. Well, technically two, I guess. How much more is there? 125, goddamn. Yeah, I'm not fucking doing this entire thing. God, fuck that. I am getting tired. The carpal tunnel is real. We'll drop this off, and then I gotta go take a look at the QM stockpile and see if that's legit or not. And if I think it's sketchy, let me go ask Dark if he knows if that's one of them or not. Too bad I couldn't find any fucking wreckage, not a single piece. Luke has found some, the little asshole. He took my only wreckage spawn of the week. I was gonna say I have to fire him, but he's technically not even in LLC because he's in the copy of LLC. So, I need to take him to court for infringing upon my trademark. And then acquire his LLC, absorb it, and then fire him from it. That is the only course of action, since he took that piece of wreckage from me. You may say that's an overreaction. I say it's not enough of a reaction. Also, wow, if I don't produce public BMATs, there's fucking none apparently. God, just everyone does personal these days, huh? Oh shit, there's also all that stuff in my private factory I forgot about. I need to pull all that out and go shove it in the stockpile. Was it in both factories or just the one? Did someone else grab them? They shouldn't have expired, right? Or did I already grab them? I didn't make them public, did I? I thought I just set them to the squad. I am so fucking confused right now, hold on. No, they're just gone. What? Did I set it to public? What's the expiry time for shit? What the fuck? So all the RPGs and everything I made are just gone now. If they aren't picked up after a prolonged period of time. How long is that? I thought you had at least... What the fuck? God damn it. So that means all that shit I made went to public. Did it at least get put into the public stockpile? Okay, RPGs, there we go. RPGs, what else did I make? Tripods, I think. I don't think I made radios. I think I made 12.7. Okay, so let's see, we got... Oh, Ninja has their stockpile. God damn. Oh, D-Boys. Yeah, that's what I thought. Alt Depot. Okay, QM Tech. Tiolermagin. What's the expiry on ours? Okay, it got reset, good. Well, I'll have to go ask Dark about that, and if it's legit, I'm gonna start putting my crates of tech in there for someone to pick up. But with all that being said, that's gonna be where I end this stream for tonight. It was a nice 5.5 hours. So with that being said, whether it be because of your time zone, good night, good morning, remember to eat, sleep, and drink. I'll see you all next time. Goodbye, everyone. Goodbye, goodbye. Goodbye.